Alright, good evening and welcome. Little issue here. Start in just a minute. What about that? There we go. Alright. So, Ayumi done goofed. Heavily. Hey there, Jeremy. The road ahead. Hey. Tonight we dine in heck. Yeah, Corpse Party Blood Drive especially, I think. Great music. Except for that one scuffed circus music that just blares out the wazoo. Why is it not registering? Oh, I was out the window. Okay. Did I get... I know we're on 7 now. Did it? Yeah, I didn't do 4 yet. EX4. Okay. EX Chapter 4. So who's this going to be about now? Memories like beautiful dreams. Oh? Okay, we get to find out how the heck Aiko survived. Through my hazy vision, all I could see was a red pair of eyes cutting through the darkness like flames. I could barely breathe, and I kept drifting in and out of consciousness. Wonder why? Why, at a time like this, would that sticker photo I kept on my desk be the first thing to pop into my mind? I know they say your life flashes before your eyes before you die, but this was only a single page from my book, albeit a very dear one. I could hear their laughter in the back of my head. The sky was a beautiful crimson-purple fusion. And the sweetness of that cake from the cafe was still on my tongue as we entered the photo booth. Oh, Aiko. You really want to keep that second place position on Stupidest Decision Maker competition? Somehow, the answers to these questions seemed less interesting to me by the moment. The events from my past replayed themselves within me. It was like I'd gone back in time. And then, all of a sudden, the sound of a door being thrown open brought me back to my senses. I had heard every word and raised my head to survey the situation. Though I first regained my focus by staring at the clock above the blackboard, which slowly registered in my newly awakened mind, indicating it was now 4 o'clock. Yeah, so we're with Naho now. I must have been exhausted from working on that draft late into the night, but with the deadline fast approaching, I had little other choice. I also must have been out for a really long time. I had absolutely no memories of anything from 6th period. I looked around me, but the only other people in the room were Sayaka and Inumaru.
ごめんねナホタン、起こしちゃった。もっと寝ててもいいんだよ。
Back to sleep. Sayaka seemed to have noticed I'd woken up, was running over to check on me, but I just shook my head. First to indicate no, then much harder to shake off the drowsiness.
大丈夫。それよりさやか、私が起きるのを待っていたの。待たせちゃってごめんね。なんでナホタンが謝るの？もう私とナホタンの中でそんな遠慮はなしだよ。
The cute speak. Oh my. Sayaka flashed me an overzealous, forced smile, which I returned, though mine was quite natural. Hers probably was too, actually, though I couldn't say for sure. Either way, it was super cute.
ところで犬丸、頼んだものはどこ？
The tone in her voice changed completely. And her smile disappeared too, now that she was addressing Inumaru instead of me.
さやかがその細くて可憐な手を差し伸べてくれたなら、俺はどんな質問にも心を込めて答えさせてもらうよ。そう、例えば俺がさやかをどれだけ愛しているかについてとかね。
Dying of cringe.
そういうのほんといいから。頼んだものはどこなのって聞いてるの。
いつもの恥ずかしがりがまた出たね。まったく、いつになったらさやかは素直になってくれるのかな。
Haruyuki Inumaru was our mutual classmate and a childhood friend of Sayaka. Everything he did for Sayaka. His whole world seemed to revolve around her, and sometimes he'd play along, making his day. But that hadn't happened for a while now. He had the blood of an Izumo priest running through his veins, which gave him a considerable amount of spiritual ability, though he never seemed to like having that brought up.
さやか、何か犬丸くんに頼んでたの？うん、おやつ。ナホタンも一緒に食べよう。いいけど、ここで？
If you're hungry, you should just eat on the way home. That's what I'd always been taught. Though actually, we did eat on the way home all the time. I guess this particular hunger somehow ran deeper.
どうしてもね、お腹が空いちゃって。我慢できないからここで食べたいなって。ふーん。
さやか、持ってきたよ。
Inumaru, who'd left the room without our knowledge a few seconds earlier, suddenly burst back in, with a flatbed cart in tow, squeaking away. I could hardly believe what was on it.
じゃっじゃーん。どうだいさやか、すごい量だろ。
Boxes and boxes of fatty, sugary, pre-packaged foods lined every square inch of the transport.
ケーキにワッフル、ドーナツ。あ、最近できたばかりのプレッツェル屋さんの箱も。
Making me hungry. Add to that cookies, pies, macaroons, even ice cream. He had all the bases covered for sure.
おいしそう。いただきます。
Diabetes. To my surprise, Sayaka beelined for one of the boxes, setting in motion what may have been the biggest binge I'd ever seen. Box after box fell before her, many before she even sat down.
うん。甘い。幸せ。
Sayaka was ingesting these fatty, sugary processed foods at an alarming rate. I've never seen one person eat so much food she shouldn't in such a short period of time.
さやか、どうしたの？あ、もちろんな普段も食べてね。どれも美味しいよ。そんなにお腹が空いていたの？そうなの。
I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but something seems a little off. Did she... Is this actually a memory?
甘いものがとにかく食べたくってね。カロリーが心配だけど、でも食べたいんだから仕方ないよね。まさかこれ全部食べるつもり？
I was legitimately scared by the sheer quantity of sweets still stacked on the cart. I mean, I love candy as much as the next person. I was practically getting heartburn just looking at this massive haul.
ちゃんと全部食べるよ。ちょっとさやか、本気なの？
いい食べっぷりだな。足りなくなったら言ってね、さやか。すぐに追加を買ってくるから。
何を言ってるの、犬丸くん。こんなに食べさせたらさやかが太ってしまうじゃない。
心配ご無用だよ、さえのきさん。さやかならどれだけふくよかになっても可愛いに決まってるからね。ああ、でも抱きしめた時に両腕が届くくらいまでにしてもらえると俺としては嬉しいんだけど。
バカみたいなこと言ってないで、そっちの箱取って、犬丸。
はい、喜んで。あ、なんならあんしてあげるよ。ほら、マカロンを食べさせてあげよう。
それ犬丸の手垢がついたからいらない。あんた食べてね。
やったー、さやかが俺におやつをくれた。
ほんとかわいそうな人。
Nomaru was now holding the macaroon close to his heart, with a joyous expression on his face. I couldn't bear to look at him anymore, so I turned my attention back to Sayaka. I studied her as she continued to engorge herself, trying to determine how someone so typically mild-mannered had wound up in such a state. This was decidedly not normal behavior for her in any way. Something was definitely off.
それにしても何か違和感があるのだけれど。
The longer I stared at her, the more I was able to make out a faint shadow wavering just behind her.
レイ？
It was a low-level spirit, one that could easily slip by unnoticed if a highly trained observer weren't looking very closely. Specifically, it was the spirit of a little girl, and its attachment to Sayaka was quite weak. It wouldn't take a lot of effort to exercise.
うかつね、気づかなかったわ。
I was now fully convinced that Sayaka's superhuman appetite originated from that little girl.
さやか、礼を払うわ。じっとしていて。
I produced a talisman from my bag and was just about to throw it down. But Sayaka quite aggressively shook her head at the notion.
なほちゃんダメ。悪い例じゃないから。
Okay, yeah, she knew about it. Maybe she wanted to grant the spirit's wish.
あのね、この子かわいそうなんだ。ずっと楽しみにしてた評判のスイーツを買った帰り道、居眠り運転の事故に巻き込ま が食べたくて仕方がなくて成仏できないみたい。力がなさすぎて長いこと人に取り付くこともできなくて、やっと元気を蓄えて取り付いたのが私だったんだよ。まさか同情しているの？ダメよさやか、霊に心を寄せては。だけどなほちゃん、同じ女の子ならわかるでしょ。ずーっと楽しみにしてたスイーツを手に入れたのに食べられなかったんだよ。そんなのってないよね。それはまあわからなくはないけれど。でしょ。だからね、私この子が満足するまでスイーツを食べてあげなきゃって思うの。ほら、こうやってはっ、甘いものを食べるとこの子幸せそうな顔するんだよ。
The girl behind Sayaka did seem genuinely pleased every time Sayaka popped something into her mouth. There wasn't the slightest hint of malevolence from her. If anything, she projected a certain innocence that genuinely made even me kind of sympathize with her.
だからってさやかが太るのは嫌。
One of my secret joys was admiring Sayaka's magazine spreads. She always wore the most beautiful clothes, exhibiting a true sense of style and a true understanding of fashion in every photograph. Though I could hardly say that out loud. It was much too embarrassing.
さやか、どんな例にせよ取りつかれた状態はあまり良くないわ。やっぱり払った方がいいと思う。悪いことはできそうにない子だから平気だよ。
If a person who's been possessed is covering for the spirit, that makes exorcism much more difficult, even potentially impossible, low level or no. My hands were more or less tied.
犬丸くん、さやかを説得したいのだけれど手伝ってくれる？
説得？どうして？
さやかに霊がついたままなんてあなただって嫌でしょ？
そうだね。あまりいい気分はしないけど、でも霊に同情するさやかの心優しさに俺は感動してしまったんだ。
まさかあなたまで霊を払わなくていいと思っているの？
だってあの子は悪霊じゃないからね。
さやかがカロリー肩でモデルを辞めることになってしまってもあなたは構わないの？
もちろん問題ないよ。さやかがそれでいいって言うなら俺もそれでいいんだ。俺とさやかの心は二人で一つだからね。
あなたに相談した私がバカだったみたい。
My head began to hurt. And every second I watched Sayaka continue to devour her snacks, I became more and more inclined to stop her.
ここはもう強行策に出るしかない。
Sayaka might hate me for this, I thought. But that was a risk I was willing to take. The course of action decided upon, I took my stance and prepared to send that girl along to the ever after. But before I could even begin the chant, an unexpected visitor arrived. Oh, Aiko. The classroom door was wide open, and there she stood, the infamous Aiko Niwa, wearing a unique combination of kimono and school uniform. She was a self-proclaimed intelligence agent from Class 3-5. She had a lot of tendencies that I found distasteful. Specifically, she seemed to live for collecting spirit items, and just in general came across as a bit shady and manipulative. Or at least that's how I'd always seen her. mouthful of donuts, Sayaka nonetheless did her best to acknowledge the presence of this new arrival. She wasn't particularly fond of Aiko, however, as the two of them had butt heads previously. But Sayaka had a general love of beautiful girls, and Aiko ranked fairly highly on her beauty scale. Though she always seemed a little conflicted about that.
アイコ、何しに来たの？
あら、そう冷たい声を出さないで、ナホちゃん。私はただ帰ろうと思って階段を降りていたら甘い香りが漂ってきたから気になっただけよ。そうしたらナホちゃんたちに出くわしたの。これって運命かしら。
アイコさん、ナホちゃんに色目使わないでください。
まあ、そんなことしてないわ。言いがかりはよしてね、さやかちゃん。
アイコ、さやかを煽らないで。
そんなつもりはないのだけど。
あのね、今はあなたの相手をしている暇はないの。
そうなの？
She tilted her head and examined the cart full of sweets, then compared its size to Sayaka's tiny frame.
あらあら、さやかちゃんは女力士役のオファーでも来たのかしら。
さやかが女力士。
Darn it, Inumaru. Sayaka seemed confused, and Inumaru seemed disturbingly intrigued. I just ignored them both and let out a huge sigh.
アイコ、よく見て。さやかの後ろに霊がいるでしょ。
あら、そう言われてみれば。まあ、随分と影の薄い霊だこと。
その子がさやかに取り付いて、これだけのスイーツを食べさせているのよ。払いたいのに、さやかが協力的じゃなくて困っていたところなの。
そういうことだったの。なら、ちょっと見せてもらえるかしら。
Aiko cautiously approached Sayaka and observed the spirit's behavior for a moment. Aiko's passion was the collection of spirit items infused with deep hatred or malice. So if this little girl wound up being a little darker than she seemed, Aiko would undoubtedly snatch her away on the spot.
スイーツに執着心があるのね。そう。それで、自己死についてはどう思っているのかしら。さぞ無念だったのでしょう。相手を殺してやりたいとか呪ってやるとか考えているのではなくて。そう？じゃあ誰かで構わず同じ目に遭えばいいなんて風には思わない？あら、そうなの。
Aiko broke off the conversation shortly after this exchange and walked back toward me with slumped shoulders.
ダメね。全然なってないわ。せっかく霊になったというのに、美味しいスイーツが味わえれば満足なのですって。
You're here in spirit? Oh. You don't have any malicious thoughts, do you? Do I need to exorcise you?
信じられる？ナホちゃん。彼女、何も恨んでないっていうのよ。ありえないでしょ。そんな霊に存在価値はないわ。
Aiko had completely lost interest. She didn't seem to care that the little girl had heard every word she'd said. Spirit was on the verge of tears, shrinking back behind Sayaka to distance herself as much as possible from this hostile new presence.
そこまでアイコが言うってことは、本当に悪意は皆無なんでしょうね。だからね、ほんとかわいそうな子なんだよ。分かってあげて、ナホタ。
Sayaka spoke with a bit of staccato, her lips sticky with apple pie residue.
でもさやか、そのまま食べ続けてたら大変でしょ。そうかな。
Sayaka on her way to early diabetes.
さやかちゃんはその霊がかわいそうだから除霊はしなくていいと考えているのね。
はい。
そうなの。ナホちゃんがこんなに心を痛めているのに、あなたはその霊に味方をするというわけなのね。ねえ、ナホちゃん、さやかちゃんたらひどいわね。
Aiko smiled and sidled up next to me. He was clearly plotting something. She took my hand in hers and wrapped her fingers around it delicately.
あなたの気持ちを無下にする子なんて放っておいて、私とデートしましょう、ナホちゃん。
She's actually trying to rizz up Naho. Dang.
そんなのダメ。
Wasn't Sayaka the one who died so fast outside the death room? Naho the one that went insane? I forget exactly what happened to Sayaka. That might have happened? I don't know. There's so many deaths. But yeah, Naho's more important. Sorry, Sayaka. But yeah, Naho is the one that went insane. And I mean, she spread the Sachiko Ever After charm. And then she died with her mentor, lover, Okibiki. They remain in the closet to this day. Actually, I guess they technically don't, because Heavenly Host got destroyed. But they were there until it got destroyed. Sayaka immediately shot to her feet, knocking over the chair in the process. And just like that, she no longer had the slightest interest in any part of the mountain of candy that lay sprawled out before her. This sudden shift separated the spirit from Sayaka as if the cord had been cut on a kite.
ナホタン、デートするなら私としよう。今日は放課後オフだから。ね、構わないけど。
When playing Sayaka and singing hide in the death room, and the attitude carried away. There's so many deaths. I remember Naho because she's like a pretty important part of the story. But honestly, Sayaka is just one of the crowd, in my mind. Like, yeah, just you see so many deaths. Hard to separate who's who and everything.
ナホタンとデート。
Sayaka hugged me excitedly and I was overjoyed. It's always nice knowing how much other people really care about you. But then, for a brief moment, my eyes locked with those of the little girl's spirit floating in the air. And that's all it took.
いけない。
The spirit was quicker to act than I was to realize what I'd done. By the time I had, it was too late. He was already within me. Instantly, my stomach emptied. I was intensely, massively hungry. Hungriest I'd ever been. And then she resorted to cannibalism. And one of the fastest deaths I got wrong. Okay, that'd probably be another reason why I didn't remember. Not enough time spent with her. Can't you just exorcise the ghost inside yourself?
私それ食べないと。
I flew over to Sayaka's chair and threw open one of the stacked boxes. Jackpot! It was full of custard-filled cream puffs. I grabbed one and just shoved it into my mouth with absolutely no regard for mess or manner. The rich custard melted in my mouth, and a light, delicate aroma filled my nostrils. But rather than sating my appetite, the delicious temptation only made it stronger.
美味しい。
あらあら、今度はあの子ナホちゃんについちゃったのね。
あ、本当だ。なほちゃん大丈夫？
I had neither the time nor the desire to answer her question. I was too busy moving my hands and mouth, either eating sweets or formulating a game plan to eat further sweets more efficiently. But I couldn't exactly leave her hanging.
大丈夫。
After every bite, the girl possessing me expressed pure, absolute gratitude. I heard whispers from her to the effect of, "I'm so happy. Thank you so much." And I immediately realized this could be a real problem.
さやかが同情するのも仕方ないのかも。
The desire to continue eating no matter what made this girl's, the desire to continue eating no matter what made this spirit every girl's worst enemy. And the worst part was, you just couldn't say no to her. She was too relatable. Rarely had I ever encountered a spirit who elicited such sympathy that its host would choose not to part with it.
こっちのエクレアも美味しい。さやかはもういいの？私もうお腹いっぱい。っていうかこんなに食べたっけ？
The number of open and empty boxes was either astounding or sickening, depending on your viewpoint.
さやか、見ていて気持ちのいい食べっぷりだったよ。
間違いなく体重が増えるでしょうね。楽しみだわ。お腹のぷよぷよ、ぜひ触らせてちょうだいね。
What the heck?
ダメです。私は触られるより触りたい派ですから。
Oh, is anybody gonna stop now?
そうだったのさやか。それじゃ今までは遠慮してたんだね。いいんだよ。俺をもっと触って撫でて抱きしめてくれたって。
今そんな話はしてないでしょ。
Rip. Plain as sentence. No motionless. I don't get it. Inamaru was quickly knocked to the floor. Sayaka then ran right past him, over to me.
なほちゃん、それ以上食べないで。太るの反対。そんなこと言われても。食べたくて仕方がないのだもの。なほたんが太っちゃうなんてやだ。
No getsies, fatsies for you, please. She's also a little concerned, but my hunger could not easily be sated. My hands just wouldn't stop grabbing candies and sweets and desserts, one after another after another.
さやかが望むなら俺があの礼を払おうか。
でも払うのはやっぱりかわいそう。他に方法はないの？
Or two stones didn't have to be used to re-enter. Ah, okay. I see the reference, but I still don't get it. Mm,
憑依を剥がすこともできるけど、あの霊を放っておけばまた別の誰か。
さやかちゃんがなほちゃん以外はどうなってもいいというのであればそれでもいいんじゃないかしら。
Remove the spirit from her. If we leave it be, it'll probably possess somebody else. Okay.
うっく、それも困ります。どうしたらいいの？
Sayaka took a contemplative stance, holding her head in her hands as she attempted to suss out a possible solution to this problem. Spelled sus. And it didn't take her long to brainstorm something.
そうだ、成仏してもらえばいいんじゃない？
I mean, wasn't that sort of the problem?
霊が満足するまでスイーツを食べ続けてもらうの？でもそれって今の状況と何ら変わりないわよね。
Yeah.
さやかとさえのきさんでだいぶ食べてるけど、まだ満足はしていないみたいだしね。
Let me guess, are they gonna pass around the spirit?
どれだけの量を食べたらあの子が満足するのか想像できないわ。
そうじゃなくて、あの子が食べられなかったのって美味しくて有名なスイーツだったんです。
Huh? Are they gonna go try to get the same super fancy sweets?
だから生前あの子が食べたことがないくらい美味しいスイーツを味わえれば成仏するんじゃないかなって。ああ、なるほど。
The spirit seemed to be in agreement as well. She was nodding furiously. Even she hadn't considered this plan previously, but she was clearly all aboard now.
近くに美味しいって評判のスイーツ屋さんなかったっけ？
この近所のスイーツならほとんど俺が買ってきたよ。さやかへの愛ゆえにね。
Inomaru.
それでも成仏しないんだから、もっと美味しいものじゃないとダメってことなんだろうな。なほたん、どこかいいお店知ってる？猫カフェ
A cat cafe. Yeah, yeah.
それはまた今度、二人でデートするときに行こうね。
Sayaka rejected my suggestion. Not that it was particularly likely to appease the spirit anyway, since the true point of the cafe wasn't its sweets, but its feline companion.
ねえなほちゃん、それならやっぱり私とデートしましょう。
A ticket was handed to me, presented with a certain flair that suggested it must have been something special.
カフェフォルタース？
Oh, wow? That was the name. And the ticket also bore the date, as well as a 5:30 p.m. timestamp.
それは
Sayaka clearly recognized the significance of what I'd just been handed.
隣の駅前の予約だけで1年待ちって評判のカフェフォルタースの予約チケット。 You know, something I just thought of. Aiko is here with Sayaka and Naho, but, like, was she ever mentioned before? So, like, was Aiko and with Aiko was Kuon actually there in the past? They just like took different positions? Well, I guess Aiko's the same, but Kuon took the teacher's assistant position? Or did they just pop out of nowhere? Or like different world?
But then that would mean there's a different Naho and Sayaka. Wibbly wobbly timey wimey. You know she's insane. 1 year thing ain't a surprise. Yeah. Oh no, I mean that's not really what I'm wondering about. It's like, so I can't remember any mention of Aiko or Kuon in previous games, and I thought Naho and Sayaka, like, well, I don't know. Yeah, Naho didn't really have many friends, right? I thought Sayaka was like her only friend. So is this changing the past? Or was Aiko just always there? And if Aiko is there, is Kuon always there? Just, like, not as a teacher's assistant, though? It makes me wonder.
なんですって？
Hearing the voice actor's reaction? Nah. I figure... yeah. Not really that important to me. It's neat, but there's plenty of other content for me. The piece of cake I'd been eating fell from my now agape mouth and crumbled onto the floor. I remembered hearing about this place during a TV feature.
開店当初、予約待ちの列が駅前を埋め尽くしたっていう
しかもこれ今日の予約じゃないですか。
Oh, they're for today.
愛子さん、どうしたんですかこれ？
お客様になり損ねた方から取り上げたのよ。
Huh. Aiko said this in a coy, playful voice, clearly riding the waves of Sayaka's excitement. She continued in this manner, outlining her story in greater detail.
頼まれていた情報を渡したら1円も払わずに連絡がつかなくなった方がいてね。そんなのってあんまりでしょ。だから滞納した分の利子も含めて貯金その他お金になりそうなものは片っ端から回収させてもらったの。
Oh, dang.
片っ端からですか？
Yeah, their entire savings?
そう。このチケットもその中の一つってこと。
Yikes.
売りさばこうにも今日しか使えないチケットだし、それならたまには親しい人たちと美味しいものを食べたいわ。
親しい人たち。
なほちゃんはもちろんだけど、さやかちゃんとはるゆきくんもご招待したいわ。どうかしら。
いいんですか？
これを機に親睦を深めたいところね。
なほちゃん、行ってみようよ。
さやかが行くなら俺も行くよ。どこまでもついていくよ。だから安心してね、さやか。
あんたはお呼びじゃないってば。
Oh, wow. As Sayaka beat the ever-loving snot out of Inumaru again, I took this opportunity to glance over at Aiko and study her for any signs of ulterior motive.
親しい人たちと言われるほど、あなたと仲良くしたことはないと思うのだけれど。
I'd known Aiko for a while, but mostly just as a colleague in supernatural study. I'd never gone out with her, nor even sat in and drunk tea with her, like I frequently would with Sayaka.
あらなほちゃん、その目は何かしら。
愛子、何を企んでいるの？
何も企んでなんていないわ。たまにはレーグではなく人間のおしゃべりに付き合ってお茶を楽しみたいと思っただけよ。
そう？
それに
Suddenly, she was right next to me, and with her porcelain-like fingers, she lifted the strawberry from the shortcake I was eating.
私たち親友ですものね。放課後にお茶をするくらいいいでしょ。
親友？
はい。
Instinctively, I did open my mouth, at which point the strawberry was gently placed on my tongue, and I found myself swallowing without hesitation.
なほちゃんたら口元に生クリームがついているわよ。
She brought her finger up to my lips and wiped the cream from them. After which point, she stuck that same finger in her own mouth, savoring the second-hand cream she'd scored.
甘さ控えめで美味しいわね。
Oh, boy.
何するのよ。美少女同士のからの生クリーム。
Sayaka shrieked and held her nose, presumably to keep it from bleeding, which did seem to be a real concern, given how red her face had gone.
すっごくメロハーな光景でごちそうさまでした。でもダメ、愛子さん、ナホタンにこれ以上手を出さないで。さやか。
Sayaka burst between me and Aiko and hugged me with ferocious intensity. Her fresh citrus perfume tickled the inside of my nose as her roughly aggressive against my face. What the heck? I mean, it kind of hard to breathe for a moment.
さやか、苦しい。ごめんね、ナホタン。でもこうでもしないとナホタンまた愛子さんにってされちゃうもん。
Can we get back to Aiko dying in Heavenly Host? Like, this is all, or this is nice and all, but I want to see how she got away from Inumaro.
されないから。
二人とも相変わらず仲良しなのね。焼けちゃうわ。
Aiko's pouty voice was only making matters worse with Sayaka, and in turn, I was getting more and more fed up with the whole situation. Which is about when I realized that my body had grown lighter.
憑依が取れた。
Oh? My concern over suffocating to death on Sayaka's boobs seemed to have diverted my attention away from all the delicious sweets. And sure enough, it took only a moment of scanning the area around me to see the spirit girl floating freely, looking a bit concerned. She seemed to be trying to decide between Aiko and Inumaro, the latter of whom was on the ground holding his stomach. Naturally, she chose to possess Inumaro this time.
甘いものが食べたい。
Why did she switch? He quickly shot to his feet and ran full speed toward the remaining piles and boxes of candy and confectionery.
でもこれ間違いなく太っちゃうね。こりゃ大変だ。さやか、メタボな俺でも愛してくれるよね。
ナホタン、こっち向いて。私からのも食べてくれるよね。はい、口開けて。さやか、そういうのはせめて他に人がいないところで。気にしなくていいんだよ、ナホタン。ほら、恥ずかしくないから。さあ。
あれ、さ さやか聞いてないね。あ、わかった。一緒にダイエットに励む方がいいのかな。あ、それじゃあ運動用にジャージを買いに行かなくっちゃね。どんなのがいいかな。やっぱりお揃いが。
勝手におかしな話を進めるのはやめて。
はぎゅ。
あなたたちっていつ見てもおかしいのね。見ていて飽きないわ。
And in this manner, the conversation devolved into pure anime tropes, remaining in such a state for the entire walk Cafe Horthoff. Out of breath, we finally arrived at our destination only 5 minutes after the 5:30 reservation time. Fashionably late, some might say. What? Asking me to save game? What? I don't know. Okay. Well, it's ad time. So we gotta take a break here. Why? Why did it go back there for a moment and then nothing happened and then now we're back at the cafe? That is so weird. Anyway. Back in a bit after the ads are done. Alright. That should be done. Back to the cafe. Nom nom nom. Okay. We pushed open the heavy doors and heard the clinking and clamoring of a very unique door chime as we stepped across the threshold. A server quickly came and took Aiko's reservation ticket, then guided us to our seat.
ああ、もう我慢できそうにないよ。
Inomaru began sucking on some candy while we waited to help stave off his insatiable hunger. When our menus arrived, he opened his in record time and began salivating. The dessert menu, which represented the majority of this cafe's famous offering, was filled with items that aroused our appetite.
キャラメルハニーパンケーキのマロン添え、ベイクドドーナツのホットチョコレートフォンデュ、ミックスベリーワッフルと3種のソルベ、バナナオムレットのマンゴーソースがけ。
Banana omelet? Like egg? Is that a thing? Banana omelet.
どうしようなほた、どれもこれも美味しそう。目移りしちゃう。さっきあんなにスイーツばかり食べていたのに注文せずにはいられないわね。
すみません、注文いいかしら。
Sayaka and I were still deciding, but Aiko flagged down a server anyway. He was an elderly man with a very professional, very respectful disposition. And strangely, I kind of felt like I recognized him.
お伺いいたします。
Oh my goodness, we found Waldo.
白玉と抹茶のレアチーズケーキを一つ、それとほうじ茶のミルクティーをお願いできるかしら。
かしこまりました。
俺はこっからこっちのページまでのメニューをとりあえず全部。
かしこまりました。
そんなに頼むの？
だってもうとにかく食べまくらないと餓死しそうなくらいお腹が減ったんだよ。
あ、そう。
他にご注文はございますか。
ナホタを決めた？あ、それじゃあカモミールティーとバナナオムレット。
Banana omelet is baffled.
私はキイチゴのシフォンケーキとピーチティーで。
かしこまりました。少々お待ちくださいませ。
Kashikomarimashita.
この人やっぱりどこかで。
The server swiftly took his leave as I tilted my head, trying desperately to place him. You never read one of those Where's Waldo books? This wasn't just someone I'd met once or twice, but numerous times. Yet, for the life of me, I couldn't figure out where, or under what circumstances.
ねえ、今の人知った顔じゃなかった？
I posed the question to the table as a whole, but Sayaka and Inamaru just flashed me a strange look.
そうだっけ？あんな紳士なおじさま一回見たら忘れない気がするけど記憶にないな。
俺さやか以外の人ってなかなか覚えられないからね。
アイコは？
私はよーく知っていてよ。ほら、あの子の付き人の方でしょ。
あの子？
I followed Aiko's finger with my eyes, and found myself face to face with a young girl wearing a Lolita-style dress, decorated liberally with ribbon.
こんにちは。さえぬきさんと愉快な仲間たち。
Oh, Okay, suddenly I'm interested again.
あれ確か転校生の
水木マガリさん。
He studied our reactions for a moment, then got up from her chair and approached me. Mizuki had recently transferred to our class, though no one really knew much about her. Her features were doll-like, with perfect skin complemented by that adorable outfit. She was cheek-pinchingly cute at first glance, but beneath the surface, she was ruthless and cruel.
さっきの店員は水木バルトさん、マガリさんの執事よ。
Although Mizuki...
さすがね、にわい子。バルドのことまで知ってるなんて、すごいすごい。
She cackled and pulled over a chair from a nearby table. Suddenly, she was now sitting with us, like we were old friends catching up.
どういうこと？なぜあなたがここに？だってここ、私の店だもの。嘘。私、嘘なんてつかないよ。今のところはね。アイコ、知っていて連れてきたわね。
I gave her the stinkiest stink eye I could manage, but she just shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly.
え、知ってたわ。
何を企んでいるの？
何も企んでなんていなくてよ。
嘘をつかないで。ここがあの子の店だと知っていたらわざわざ来たりなんか。
あら、だってカフェホルタースのオーナーについてなんて誰も聞かなかったじゃない？
I did think the name was strange, or thought sounds like some kind of, I don't know, almost eldritch deity or something.
そんなの聞かなくたって言ってくださいよ。
Sayaka puffed up her cheeks and stared at Aiko.
まあ、今のところ誰よりも関わりたくない子よね。水木さんは。
I'd previously found myself butting heads with Mizuki over supernatural matters, and naturally Sayaka had gotten pulled into the fray as well. But strangely, so had Aiko. Yet now, all of a sudden, Aiko had invited us to a cafe owned by Mizuki, which suggested to me that she had some nefarious plan in.
カフェのオーナーなんて水木さんお金持ちなんだね。
Inumaro, naturally again, was the only one of us totally out of the loop about her. He thought nothing of making small talk with someone he, presumably, saw only as a classmate.
別にこれくらい普通でしょう。っていうか、あなた誰だっけ？
Rip.
犬丸春之、さやかの前世からの恋人だと覚えてくれれば問題ないよ。
Aha.
へえ、前世からの。
そう、前世からの。なんせさやかと俺の小指は赤い糸でぐるぐるにつながっているんだ。
あなた面白い。水木さん、この犬コロは虚言癖の塊だから全スルー推奨で。彼、本当のこと言ってると思うわ。私が言うんだから間違いない。
Mizuki smiled brightly. It was hard to tell whether she was serious or just trying to mess with Sayaka. The look in her eyes was plainly that of an evil mastermind. Yet her smile was absolutely perfect and beautiful in every way, which somehow made it all the more unsettling.
ところで、なぜあなたは勝手に同席しているの？だって私もみんなと お友達になりたいもん。私たちにあんなことをしておいてよくもそんな。
What did she do?
やだ、私だけ仲間外れなの？クラスメートなのに？そういうのっていじめって言うんでしょ？ひっどいな。そういうつもりじゃなくて、ただ私はつもりじゃないってことは悪意なきいじめなの？やだ、そっちのがよっぽどタッチ悪い。さやかってそんな子だっけ？
Sayaka's cheeks swelled up bit by bit. They almost looked like you could prick them with a pin and they'd pop wide open.
さやか、こらえて。でもな、ホタン。私も彼女はいけすかないから気持ちはわかるけれど。
彼女はあなたたちのクラスメートなのよね。それならあんまり邪険にしてはかわいそうよ。
愛子さんは話がわかるみたいね。愛子、
そんなの決まっているでしょ。愚問だわ。私はより私のためになりそうな事柄の味方よ。マガリさんと仲良くしておけばレーグ関係の話が聞けるかもしれないでしょ。
So that's the motive.
何より誰かを仲間外れにして飲むお茶はあまり美味しくないでしょうしね。
そうそう、愛子さんの言う通り。
なんでみんなそんなに仲が悪そうなんだい？
Inumaru was clueless, and it would take far too long to explain the situation to him. So I figured it was easier just to ignore him completely. I almost feel bad for him, but he is rather overbearing. I looked everyone else square in the eye for a second, though ultimately settling on Sayaka. She was in tears.
さやかが泣くほど嫌がっているなら答えは一つよね。やっぱり水木さんには遠慮してもらう。オーナーのお願いを断るってことはさ、バナナオムレットはいらないってことでファイナルアンサーって意味になるのよ。さやかにもシフォンケーキ食べさせてあげない。いいの？ついでに他の2人が注文したものも全部キャンセル。
でもこんなにお腹が空いてるのに。
そんなの知らない。腹ペコなら外でチープなジャンクフードでも詰め込めばいいじゃん。卑怯よ、水木さん。
True. I didn't want this to be confrontational. I didn't see that I had much choice. Besides which, it really was a dick move. True. We came all the way here, but because we weren't sucking up to the owner, we had to leave without eating anything? That's just unprofessional. Couldn't have even been an option.
わかった。あなたの同席は許してもいいけれど。本当？ただし条件があるわ。
I wanted to eat these supposedly legendary sweets, but Sayaka was too near and dear to me for me to just let this go down on Mizuki. I decided to do some bargaining.
あなたが私たちの神経を逆なでするようなおかしなことをしでかさないと約束するのなら 許可してもいい？
Mizuki's eyes widened, and a grin crept across her face.
おかしなことって例えばこういう？
He moved faster than my eyes could see. Suddenly, she had my arm and was pulling me in close. And then before I knew it, I was feeling a continuous warm and squishy sensation on my cheek.
まあお熱いこと。
すごいなあ。最近の女子ってほっぺにチューのスキンシップくらい普通のことなの？え、さやか？
さやかちゃんたら刺激の強い場面を目撃して言葉が出ないのかしらね。メロハーンも飛び出さないなんて本当にショックなのね。かわいそうに。それにしてもあなたたちはいつまでそうしているのかしら。
This was around when I finally came back to my senses. Instead of just a simple peck on the cheek, Mizuki had been sucking my skin this entire time. Now that this realization had finally dawned on me, I immediately pushed her away.
何をしているの？離れて。何をするの？さえのきさんのほっぺ美味しそうだったから味見。
Finally distanced from my cheek, she glared ferociously at me, seemingly sizing me up to determine whether or not I was worthy of remaining in her establishment. Evidently, I'd passed the test, as she finally raised her arm into the air and snapped her finger, signaling to her butler.
バルド、持ってきて。
かしこまりました。
On Mizuki's command, the butler-cum-server arrived with a literal wagon full of sweets. Mizuki stood up, still smiling gleefully, as various plates and teacups were neatly, almost ceremoniously, placed in front of each of us.
うわあ、美味しそう。もういいかな？食べていいかな？俺は限界なんだけど。
どうぞ召し上がれ。カフェホルタースのスイーツは皆様に極上のひとときを提供するわよ。
いただきます。
Inumara wasted no time digging into dish after dish, barely stopping to chew his food before shoveling another forkful into his mouth. Possessed or no, it was a terrifying sight to behold.
うまい、うまいよ水木さん。
お口に合ったようで何より。他のみんなもさあ食べて食べて。さえのきさんには特別に私の手で食べさせてあげようか。結構よ。遠慮しないでよ。親友同士ならそれくらい普通にやるものでしょ。そもそも前提がおかしいわ。一体いつ誰があなたと親友になったのよ。
I just had a thought. Magari might not be dead. She had the stone. And if it was a really long fall from the top of the tower, maybe she activated the stones on her way down. Got sent out.
まあ、ナホちゃんたらま た親友候補を作ったの？モテるのね。親友の一人としては心配だわ。
愛子、あなたとも親友になったつもりはないわよ。
照れ隠しが上手なのね、ナホちゃんったら。
別に照れてなんか。ああ、そっか。さえのきさんのそういう態度って照れ隠しなんだ。ポーカーフェイスだから分かんなかった？ああ、もう否定するのも面倒になってきた。
I had a splitting headache at this point. I could think of no better cure for it than vast quantities of sugar. I took my knife and fork and cut off a big piece of my banana omelet, shoving it in my mouth, and, well, pushing it around a little to savor.
すごい。こんなに美味しいスイーツ
Maybe
初めてかもしれない。
maybe you have a headache because you've been eating so many sweets and you haven't been drinking water. Drink some water. The sweetness of the soft sponge cake and the richness of the cream melted together in my mouth to create a veritable symphony of flavor. And mixed in with it was the bittersweet banana itself. Bittersweet banana? Why is the banana bittersweet? The crown atop this royal tree.
どうしよう。手が止まらない。でしょ？
Surprisingly, Mizuki's expression had changed to something altogether more innocent than before, as she delightedly ingested spoonfuls of sweet confection. Hers was a parfait topped with a cavalcade of grapes.
我ながら美味しい。マガリンちゃん、天才。あなたが作ったわけじゃないでしょ。
I mean, you might have come up with the recipe. I held my tongue. Better not to stir the pot right now. To help me To help me keep quiet, I shoveled another piece of omelet into my mouth.
本当に美味しい。これは予約必須のお店になるだけあるわ。
My dessert was basically flawless. And though I was very, very full, I just couldn't stop going back for more.
こういうのも一回くらいは悪くないかもね。お茶とスイーツをお供にして友達と放課後を過ごすの新鮮だわ。私いっつも一緒にいるのはバルトだけだから。
So she has a tragic backstory? Sort of expected that. But she seems to like killing people. So, although I guess we haven't really seen her kill anyone. Or just make threats. Maybe Magari isn't too bad? I don't know.
楽しいからこの席はおごってあげる。みんなどんどん食べてね。
ごちそうさま。
それじゃあお言葉に甘えて。
I have to admit it, this caught me off guard. I never expected someone like Mizuki to be so amiable. I forked another omelet piece into my mouth, feeling cautiously triumphant. Soon enough, I was not only beyond sated, but happy as well. Looking around, the others seemed to be in high spirits as well. Except for Sayaka, who still hadn't even picked up her form.
さやか、どうしたの？納得いかない。なほちゃんの一番の親友は私だよね。
Startled by the question, I made the mistake of hesitating in my answer. It wasn't a lie. All anyone had to do was watch the two of us in action. It was obvious we were as close as friends could be. But Sayaka saw my hesitation as a clear indicator that I was lying. He took it as an implied no. Her self-confidence suddenly fell to the floor. Dang. Sayaka, why you so high maintenance?
一番じゃなかったら私なほちゃんの何番目なのかな。違うのさやか、誤解しないで。もちろん私の一番の親友はさやかよ。そうに決まってるじゃない。本当？本当よ。だからほら、泣かないで。泣いてないもん。
I guess she got me there. She wasn't crying, but she looked like a volcano about to erupt. She continued to study my expression for a while with her vaguely watery saucer eyes.
それじゃあ次のオフは一緒に猫カフェに行ってくれる？あ、もちろん。そんなことでよければいくらでも。猫カフェに行く前にお揃いの服を買ってその場で着てくれる？ペアルックで遊んでくれるよね。一番の親友だもんね。人目につかないところならなんとか可能かもしれないけど。お揃い嫌なんだ。そんなことないわさやか。わかった、お揃いにしましょう。ペアルックもたまにはいいかもしれないしね。あと愛子さんにやってもらってた猫カフェで私ともやってくれる？
This time I was kind of at a loss for words.
猫カフェなんて人目の多いところでペアルックでさらに何？どういうこと？愛子さんがさえのきさんにした
Oh
の？
my.
そうね、ここに来る前に教室でそんなこともした気がするけれど、でももう済んだ話だと思っていたわ。さやかちゃんたらそんなに根に持たなくたっていいのに。
愛子さんがやったんなら私もしたい。さえのきさん、ちょっと口開けて。ダメ！これ以上なほちゃんにちょっかい出そうって言うなら私を倒してからにして。いいの？待って、話がややこしくなるからさやか以外は黙っていてもらえると助かるんだけど。
Good lord, this episode or EX chapter has been going on for like an hour and a half. I wish they could have condensed it a little bit. I don't mind seeing this stuff, but I'd like to get to more pertinent things. Sayaka and Mizuki looked like they were about to face off in epic combat. I decided enough was enough and stepped in to put a stop to it. And in doing so, I realized that the other customers in the establishment had fallen silent as well, were all staring at us. That wasn't as much of a surprise as it probably should have been, though, given how loud we would be.
さやか、少し落ち着きましょうね。落ち着いてるよ。いいえ、今あなたは頭に血が上っている。ケーキでも食べて落ち着いて。ほら、 美味しそうじゃない。
I tried to divert her focus to one of the chiffon cakes we've received, but Sayaka just kept her gaze firmly glued to mine. Then she leaned in toward me, the spark of an idea flashing across her face.
あんが嫌なら水木さんみたいにほっぺチューがしたい。あえ、なほちゃんしていいでしょ。
Sayaka approached me quickly, and I instinctively shrank back into my chair.
さやか、お願いだから落ち着いて。落ち着いてる。なほたんのほっぺは私が消毒してあげる。何それ、引き捨てならないわね。私の唇にケチつけるの？あんたにもチューするわよ。私はなほたん以外とはチューしないもん。だからなほたんも私以外とはダメ。さやか、そういうことは大声で叫ばないで。だって
ならこうしましょう。全員がなほちゃんにあんをしてほっぺにキスをすればいいのよ。そうすれば不公平じゃなくなるでしょ。
何ですのよ、愛子。そうですよ、愛子さん。それじゃ意味ないです。
でもさやかちゃん、よく考えてみて。あなたが今悲しい思いをしているのは、私やマガリさんがナホちゃんにちょっかいを出したのに、あなただけが出せていないことが原因でしょ。
そうですけど。
でもね、私もマガリさんだけがナホちゃんにキスをしているのはどうかと思うし、マガリさんもナホちゃんにあんがしたいはずなのよ。だから全員がナホちゃんにやっていないことを行って、ひとまず不公平感をなくせばいいと思うの。そうしたらナホちゃんに特別なことをしたっていう立ち位置の人がいなくなって、平和が訪れるはずよ。
そっか。私は血みどろ骨肉の争いを繰り広げてもいいんだけど。
でもマガリさん、友人同士は時にこうやってお互いが譲歩し合うことで絆が強くなるものらしいのよ。
そうなの？
This entire conversation was raising a lot of questions for me. And not just the obvious ones. Mizuki barely even seemed to know what the word compromise meant. And Aiko seemed to be basing her understanding of it entirely on hearsay. Was it really possible that neither of them had actually ever compromised on something before?
どんな生活を送ってきたのよ。
だからさやかちゃん、あなたはナホちゃんにあんをしてほっぺにキスをしてもいいわ。その代わり私もナホちゃんのほっぺにキスをするわね。そしてマガリさんはナホちゃんにあんをする。これで全員平等、一件落着ね。
なんでそうなるのよ。仕方ないな。今日は友達記念日ってことで特別だよ。わかった。私も愛子さんの意見に乗る。さやかまで何を言っているの？みんななほちゃんの特別になりたいけど我慢してるんだもんね。大丈夫、私も我慢できるよ。
We have to sit back and watch Naho flirt for the greater good. Oh,
さやか、聞いてる？
I watch people flirt with Naho.
それじゃあなほたん、よろしくお願いします。
Sayaka stood up from her seat and grabbed my shoulders with both hands. She had a serious, solemn look in her eye.
次は私の番ね。さやかちゃんの後ろに並んでおこうかしら。
私も後が使えてるんだから、さやかは早くしてよね。
Aiko and Mizuki rose from their seats and queued up behind Sayaka. The actual other customers looked very uncomfortable. They were half watching, half intentionally averting their eyes, and seemingly uncertain which approach was more proper. Sayaka's face slowly approached mine. It was only a kiss on the cheek, but her expression was that of a microsurgeon focusing on a patient. It made me extremely, inexplicably nervous.
待って、私にも心の準備が。
But I wasn't going to get any. Sayaka was about to bring it in for a landing, and there was no stopping her now.
来るなら来い。
Like a warrior preparing to go into battle, I tightly closed my eyes and awaited my destiny.
あ
Numaru's sudden, unexpected exclamation caused me to jump, and seemed to pause Sayaka's advance as well. When I opened my eyes, I could see that Sayaka was not at all happy with her childhood friend.
何よ犬丸、今いいところなのに。助かった。
I breathed a breathless sigh of relief and turned to face Inumaru. He'd been eating his mountain of sweets in silence this whole time, but was now pointing outside the window.
あそこ
We each followed his finger to the sky. Dyed with the setting sun, the heavens above were a beautiful shade of crimson-infused purple. And there, right where he was pointing, we could see a small distortion in the air.
あれは。
うん。スイーツが美味しかったみたいで、成仏するって。
We'd completely forgotten about the spirit girl with the weak aura. She had an enormous grin on her face and met our gazes with a courteous bow, then disappeared into the sunset. As we left the cafe, the sun was only just peeking out over the distant horizon, growing smaller and dimmer by the moment. We never did find out which particular confection was the one that brought eternal rest to the little girl, but that also wasn't important. All that mattered was we'd moved on.
それじゃあ水木さん、今日はごちそうさま。どれもとっても美味しかった。どういたしまして。
お腹いっぱいになったわ。こんなに甘いものばかり食べたら、私もプニプニお腹になっちゃうかしら。
しばらく甘いものは控えなくちゃかも。
でもまた食べたくなるくらい美味しかったよ。
予約は1年きっかり埋まってるから、すぐの来店は無理でしょうね。そんな、あの子が成仏しちゃうくらい美味しいお店なのに。そんなに褒められると悪い気しないな。私の権力で予約をねじ込んであげてもいいよ。本当？その代わり、はいチーズ。
Mizuki's phone produced a sudden flash, and before I knew it, my picture had been taken.
何？どういうつもり？今日の記念よ。いいでしょ？
She spun her phone around to show me the screen. My face instantly turned red hot. It was a candid shot of me reacting to the sudden flash with a total look of confusion on my face. And it was apparently now her wallpaper.
こんな間抜け顔を。はは い。なほたん、私も取らせて。充電切れてる。
Rip.
さやかついてない。いいもん、明日にするから。
でも今日の思い出は今日しか残せないものよ。
さやか、代わりに俺の携帯で撮っておこうか。もちろん俺の携帯はさやかしか映さないから撮影対象はさやかだけど。
それじゃ意味ないでしょ。
そんなことないよ。俺が幸せになるよ。
あんたの幸せなんてどうでもいいし。
冷たい。
もう肝心な時になんて。
She put away her phone in disappointment, defeated and forlorn. This seemed to have been an oddly rough day for her.
これ以上水木さんといたらさやかによくなさそうね。それじゃあそろそろ帰りましょう。水木さん、またね。バイバイ。
Mizuki waved her hand in an exaggerated motion, then slinked back into the cafe.
なんだかどっと疲れたわ。同じく。
そう？俺は放課後をさやかと過ごせてとっても楽しかったけどな。
犬はお気楽でいいわよね。
Sayaka silently implied, "I'm done with you," elicited a wry smile from me. He was clearly too tired to care how her words came across. I actually felt kind of bad for Inumaru, but I couldn't help appreciating Sayaka's current state of mind. Maybe we were just a tad more simpatico than I'd given us credit.
私も結構楽しかったのだけど、なほちゃんとさやかちゃんは違うのね。残念だわ。
へえ、新しいレイグを手に入れたわけでもないのに楽しかったの？
悪くはなかったわ。低級霊がいたり、マガリさんに引っかき回されたこともあったけど、親しい人たちとお茶をして放課後を過ごすのは初めてだったもの。
愛子さん、こういう風に放課後を過ごしたことなかったんですか？
ええ、そうなの。
でも愛子さん、そんなに美少女なのにどうして？
Sayaka's compliment was met with a slight smile. Though it could have just as easily been a pained smile, for all I know, since I'm sure this was dredging up some memories Aiko would rather not have thought about. Ayaka's comment definitely came from a place of pure innocence, however. In her mind, cute girls always drink tea and spend time with their friends after school. It's only natural.
私は普段情報収集で忙しいから、放課後こうして遊ぼうとすることがそもそもないのよ。それに霊が見えない一般人と積極的に関わる気も起きないし。
Sayaka stopped dead in her track. This seemed to shock her a lot more than it should have. Her expression was almost cartoonish. Aiko looked back at her quizzically, tilting her head a bit.
あら、そんなにおかしなことを言ったかしら。
わかりました、愛子さん。私たち今日から友達です。
え？
ねえ、なほちゃん、いいでしょ？愛子さんは私たちの友達。まあ。
Given my long, turbulent history with Aiko, I wasn't really sold on the idea of counting her among my friends now. And my response wasn't exactly brimming with positivity. But I was kind of put on the spot, Well, I think it was a fair response as could be expected. I didn't want to upset Sayaka after all. But the question was, how would Aiko react to this?
私がなほちゃんやさやかちゃんと友達になるの？
ダメですか？
でも私ご存知の通りとても性格が悪いのよ。
さやかがいいって言ってるんだからいいんじゃないの？友達だと思えばもう少し私たちに対するあなたの態度も変わるかもしれないし。
それはどうかしら。
A decidedly dubious statement to make, but she didn't seem to even realize how it might have come across.
私とあなたたちが友達ね。くすぐったいわね。友達、友達。
The way they write that in English. Friends. You didn't even draw it out that long.
友達ってそう何度も連呼しないで。恥ずかしいでしょ。
はいはーい。俺もここにいるよ。
これは女同士の友情なんだから男はお呼びじゃないの。
つまりさやかは俺に女の子の友達がいたら焼いてしまうから丹羽さんとは知人以上にはなるなと、そう言いたいんだね。
ほんとあんたってうざい。
やわっ。
Sayaka's explosive punches were flying pretty furiously today, it seemed. Staring down at the now KO'd Inumaru, he suddenly lit up with the brightest smile I'd seen from her since leaving the cafe.
さてここで提案があります。今日の記念にみんなでプリシャを取るっていうのはどうでしょう。
Okay. The way the sexy shot photo thing looks, it looks creepy. I'm sorry, there's just something like uncanny valley about that. Along a bustling street nearby, we found an arcade with a nice, shiny row of sticker photo booths inside. I suspected Sayaka may have chosen this particular arcade for a very specific reason, however. As there was a large sign by the door which read, "No men allowed."
ってことで犬丸、男子禁制だからここで待ってて。
いやちょっと待って、よく見ようよ。女性が一緒の場合は男性も立ち入り OK ですって、ほらここに書いてあるよ。
じゃあなほちゃん、あいこさん行こっか。
We left Inumaru at the entrance, despite his attempts to follow us inside, and we headed straight for the sticker photo booths.
ちょっとかわいそうじゃない？いいの、犬丸も入れてプリシャなんて取ったら何に使われるか分かったもんじゃないもの。一理あるわね。
Aiko provided no argument either, so we all just shrugged off Inumaru's misfortune. I then stepped up to one of the few booths that was unoccupied, signaling the other two to follow.
これで取ろうか。あいこさんこっちです。入ってきてください。
随分と眩しいのね。
Aiko was mesmerized by the booth, squinting as she looked over the lights along the screen.
あいこさん、プリシャは初めてですか？
ええ、知識としては理解しているつもりだけれど。
じゃあ注意事項を一つ。映るときはモニターじゃなくて上にあるカメラに目線を合わせてくださいね。
わかったわ。
Aiko nodded, though her movement felt calculated and stiff. She was clearly very nervous.
ですよ。ね、ナホタ。ええ、
そうなの。
Aiko's quick response felt hollow and forced. He was still stiff as a board, like her spirit had been left behind somewhere. In a way, her awkward hesitation had a certain charm to it. It proved that she was being genuine, that she was human.
せっかくですし、3人で抱き合ったりとかして映りませんか？
ええ。
背景はどうしようか。ナホタンのお好みで。うん、了解。
I made a few quick selections, then the background behind Aiko changed. He must not have known about that part. It was actually kind of funny.
それじゃあ撮るよ。うん。あ、アイコさん、早くもっとこっち。
3, 2, 1. And there's the picture. After several flashes and clicks, an image of us was displayed on the monitor. In it, Sayaka and I were hugging, but Aiko was standing behind us with a furtive look in her eyes.
アイコさん、なんで抱きついてくれなかったんですか？
あ、そうだったわね。うっかりしていたわ。
緊張したんでしょう。
そういうわけじゃないのよ。
Aiko's mouth said no, but her blood-red cheeks said otherwise. This was the first time I'd ever seen Aiko flustered.
もう一回撮り直しましょうか？
いいえ、これでいいわ。等身大の私たちという感じで面白いじゃない？
Aiko touched the monitor with her finger and laughed.
じゃあ、今日はこれくらいにしておきましょうか。水木さん、これを見たら悔しがるかな？それが目的だったの？違うよ、あくまで目的は愛子さんと友達になった記念を。
Sayaka spun gleefully in place and held out one hand to Aiko.
愛子さんとは最初の出会いがあまり良くなかったけど、でも根はそんなに悪い人じゃないと思うから。これからいい友達になってくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
I would become a metronome.
この子のこういうところが好き。
I'd always had a tendency to either be way too blunt or way too familiar with people, bringing them down to my level without even realizing it. But on numerous occasions, I truly felt like Sayaka had saved me from myself.
よろしくね、さやかちゃん。それからなほちゃんも。
Aiko shook hands with Sayaka and smiled at me.
よろしく。
Cold and blunt, as usual. But I could feel the red spreading across my face. And I was certain Sayaka and Aiko knew how I felt, regardless. Okay, we're finally back here. Naho's face turning red, and Sayaka's smiling gleefully. Two beautiful, endless, expressive images, gone forever.
夢のような一日だったわ。
Funny thing is, nothing of note had even really happened. We just ate a whole lot of sweets, talked for a long time, and took sticker photos. All told, we'd only spent a few hours with each other. A few wild hours, messing around after school one day.
だけど、もう二度とあの時間は戻ってこない。
Naho and Sayaka were now dead. Their deaths triggered an intense despair, despair, hatred, and sheer insanity within Haruyuki, all of which was directed squarely at me.
あの日は確かに笑い合っていたのに。
Where had things gone wrong? Somewhere along the line, somebody must have made some kind of mistake. Boy, I wonder who that could have been.
私
But who?
セイ
許さない許さない絶対に許さない
Had to apologize. Both to the girls who'd already died, and to the person who had gone mad right in front of my eyes. I couldn't even get the whole word out. The sheer depth of his rage bore into my skull, and out I went like a light. How did she survive? EX Chapter 4, Memories Like Beautiful Dreams. Because that was before she found Ayumi and then got set on fire. From Ayano Yamamoto, New Encyclopedia Obscura for Sayaka, Okibiki, Nahosainoki, Gogo Taguchi. That gave me like no new info. Okay. I mean, it did give me the info that maybe Magari is not as bad as I thought. I don't know. Not sure about that. Yeah, well, we got ads. Yeah, I really wish they could have condensed that down a bit. That was like 2 hours. I don't think it needed to be that long. It's like a nice little bit of slice of life, but yeah, I don't know. It's not really what I'm here for. Anyway, when we come back, we'll start Chapter 7. Alright, that should be done. So, we had a bit of a refreshing slice of life. Now it's time for the apocalypse. Chapter 7. Determination. Are we filled with it?
この世の終わりです。
The sounds of fire trucks and patrol cars echoed through the street. The sky was dark, the air stale, and the many strong, cold gusts of wind bore mass amounts of dust and debris. I didn't envy the reporter her job, as she seemed mere moments from being blown off her feet. But to her credit, she persevered. Behind her, there was the black shadow of an old man.
お伝えしております。昨夜、治安当局の発表した全国怨霊災害の続報についてです。先日より各地で多発している不可解な死亡事件は依然収束の兆しが見えません。不審死や動機不明の無差別殺人、心霊目撃件数は増える一方です。そのため各県警は対応に苦慮。なかなか公式発表を出さない警察に報道陣は苛立ちを隠せません。
The old man's shadow in the background began acting strangely, jumping in place and making various other aimless motions. Way too dank.
警視庁はなるべく一人にならないように必ず3名以上で安全な場所で過ごすよう、また危険ですので外出も控えるようにと呼びかけています。
昨晩より全国各地で発生している巨大な黒い柱による出現被害につきまして、国土交通省は非常体制の災害対策本部および警戒本部を設置しました。各地方整備局管内の情報に基づく交通・河川の被災状況および対策状況は次の通りです。
柱の成分は専門家の分析でも解析不明の未知の鉱物の結晶のようでエンティティウォール、霊体物質と名付けられています。
What exactly is an entity wall? Like, the encyclopedia entry wasn't very clear on that. It said something about being a pillar. Hmm.
地震計などでも全く予測のつかない場所に突如生えてくるため、多数の死傷者を出し、世間を混乱に陥れています。
Alright. It was like the crystallized power of the Nirvana. Why is it called an entity wall? It's neither an entity nor a wall.
工事用カッターの刃も通らず、撤去もできない状況です。防衛庁は自衛隊の調査結果などから先日まで上空に浮かんでいた黒い球体との関連を調査しています。
新しい避難場所の情報です。避難指示の出た地域にお住まいの方は以下の情報をチェックしてください。携帯サイト、ウェブサイトでも情報を発信しております。なお、ご覧の白い地域にある体育館や学校はすでに満員です。お近くの空きのある施設へ向かってください。
っていうか、前兆も速報もなくいきなり生えてくるんだ。避難も対策もねえんだよ。運が悪けりゃ死ぬだけだ。
Concern.
警察はいつまでも公式発表してないんだよ。編集を不祥事と取られるのが嫌なのか、それとも何か隠してるのか。
The middle-aged announcer was yelling at the top of his lungs, and in an absolute frenzy, he kicked his studio desk to the ground. A black shadow of a woman could be seen behind him.
委員長
篠崎さん、あゆみちゃん。篠崎さん。生き返らせてくれてありがとう。だけど、もっといっぱい死んじゃったね。
The room grew dark, and each of the four figures who stood before me slowly melted into the blackness, becoming indistinct silhouettes.
持田も中島も岸沼も
たくさん。
死んじゃったね。
あれ、私たちも。
生き返ってないよ。
あゆみちゃん。
何がしたかったの？
I screamed and looked up. Just a dream. I was at home watching TV. I scrunched myself up again, putting my face to my knees.
生き返るって信じてたのに最初からダメだった。そうよ、私は全部意味のないことをしてたんだ。私どうすればいいの？生き返るって思って生き返るって思ったからヨシエの家まで行って大怪我をしてお姉ちゃんまで失って帰ってきたのに。
I raised my face from my knees, eyes red and burning. Then, as if I hadn't had enough tragedy in my life, I heard a loud crash just outside my house. It was unmistakably a car wreck, and a rather severe one at that. The car's alarm was going off, but I was trying my best to ignore it. I didn't need this right now, so I simply wasn't going to bother with it.
お姉ちゃん、
Jumping, somebody shut that off.
お姉ちゃん。
Yes. Sitting here moping will do wonders for everything. Dink donk.
次のニュースです。公益財団法人 PL 振興社の会長が失踪しました。
Okay, I can walk around. Oh, wait, no, I didn't know. Darn it! I was gonna go upstairs. The car alarm outside was still going off, and it was getting harder and harder to ignore it by the second.
何？一体誰が？
Whoever was ringing my doorbell was really, really persistent. The irregular sound brought me back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. I crept over to the peephole and silently looked through it to see who'd been visiting me at this hour. Words are hard. Who'd be visiting me at this hour? On the other side of the door stood a man I didn't recognize. He had short hair and he was pressing the chime frantically, as if his life depended upon it.
誰？
Kind of creeped out.
やっぱり出ないでおこう。
I moved away from the peephole. The persistent ringing continued for a bit, but then finally, thankfully, came to an abrupt halt. I slowly crept back to the peephole and took another look. This sounds like a great idea. The man was still there. He was just pacing back and forth in place in front of a house that, for all he knew, had no occupant. After another short while, he approached the door again and immediately put his eye right up to the outside of the peephole. Yeah, I thought so.
今動いたら気配で私が覗いていることがバレちゃう。
The man moved his head away, but quickly replaced it with his finger. He swirled around and around inside the tight space as if trying to reach my eye, or poke it out. Is it not covered by glass? Then he stepped away from the door. I could have taken this opportunity to slowly move away from the people, but I was oddly transfixed.
よかった。このまま帰ってくれれば。
Of course, the second I thought that, he came back to the door yet again. Yet again, he skipped the doorbell and went straight for the peephole.
なんなの？なんで何も言わないの？気持ち悪いな。もう開けて文句言っちゃう。
I feel like that's not the best decision. But then again, that's what we're here for, right? Bad decisions. I grabbed the doorknob and was moments away from following through with that plan when suddenly...
あゆみ？幸子？ダメ、開けちゃ。そいつ死者だ。
dead.
幸子。
I slowly turned to look at her.
涅槃は死んだ人の世界。死後の世界がこっちに来る。
Another car crash? Then there was an oddly familiar sound. Another car accident. Again, right outside my door. This time, I looked outside through the peephole and saw the man from earlier sandwiched between a car and the wall of one of the houses across the street. He was absolutely mangled. But after only a few moments, the man's corpse disappeared, leaving nothing but a shadow in its place on the wall and the ground alike. A black stain.
なんなの？世の中どうなってるの？
Not that I even really had to ask.
私が涅槃の壁を壊したから。
What do you think? I wasn't just asking myself. I was asking Sachiko, whose presence still remained just behind my back. But she just looked up at me with sad eyes.
今の人も死者真っ黒になって。 No, couldn't be. I pulled my smartphone from my pocket, forced myself to remain calm, accessed the photo, and then just stopped and stared. The photo displayed on my phone, which was now on the floor, no longer had just my friends from before with the blacked out faces, but Mochida, Nakashima, and Kishinuma as well. I pounded the floor with both hands and shuddered violently.
悔い改めよ。世界は終わりに近づいている。神は不浄なる心得物を。
Some cultist group was speaking on TV. I guess the news must have ended at some point when I wasn't paying attention.
世界の終わり。
This time I was just plain talking to myself. I knew it! She's alive!
そう、終わりよ。まさか、ヤゴウラの最後の生き残りが、自爆覚悟でこんなこと考えてるなんてね。
Magari appeared in my hallway. I had no idea how long she'd been there, nor how she'd gotten in. I noticed she still had her heels on.
あなた。
I stood up, and Sachiko was, as always, waiting in the wings behind me.
幸せの石で帰ってこれた。
Called
こ
it.
の軌道の階段から吹き抜けを落ちている間にね。
I'm amazed that worked, but it's nice.
まあ、天神症が壊れたから、この石は使えないけど。
To demonstrate, Magari snapped the two together.
涅槃よ、死人を迎えよ。ほらね。
I probably flinched, but she was right. Nothing happened.
世界はもう数刻のうちに混沌に包まれて死の世界になる。あっけないでしょ。まさにこの世の終わりってやつ。ちなみにあれ、私の教団アレンジでしょ。我ながら弾くわ。
Oh, that is the Marchuba's tomb. Okay. I wondered. She pulled back her chin and flashed me a strained smile.
ああ、そういえばあなたの親もイカれて入信してたわよ。
Oh. That's nice. They couldn't have been much worse for me.
あなたこのままでいいわけ？
Yeah. You gonna do something? Or are you just gonna sit here and cry? Magari wasn't mincing words, it seemed. I held my head in both hands and looked down at the ground.
責任を感じてるならちょっと顔貸しなさい。あんたの血に話がある。
Magari approached me and grabbed my arm. Sachiko, still right behind me, began to growl like a guard dog.
話したよ。どうせ私なんか友達も救えない。何もできない。篠崎の血だか知らないけど、私にできることなんて何もないよ。大体、涅槃をこの世に出したのはヨシエさんが最初にやったことじゃない。
I screamed as loudly and as fiercely as I could. I closed my eyes and cried the hardest I've ever cried, sobbing so intensely that I found myself nearly hyperventilating. I'm starting to like Magari. Magari slapped me down to the ground.
ムカつく女ね。あなた等身大すぎるわ。少しは格好つけようとなさいよ。
Thank you. I held my cheek and continued sobbing. Magari was looking down on me with contempt in her eyes, but also a certain intensity that seemed more akin to desperation than anything.
篠崎あゆみ、真実を一つ教えるわ。 7番目の柱。知識のセフィラの起動を止められなかった時点で、もう世界の終わりは動かない。だけど、
Marguerite closed in on me as if our lips were about to touch. Sachiko growled again, but Marguerite was clearly not intimidated in the slightest.
ブック・オブ・シャドウズは、まだ失われていない。あの本を手にした篠崎の血を引くあなたなら、ミストとまだ戦えるかもしれないわ。
I was still hesitating, and Marguerite apparently didn't much like that.
ふざけやがって。
Suddenly, Marguerite was pulling up the top of my uniform. My plump white stomach was now fully exposed. Nice.
クソったれの本はここにあるわ。
Oh. So that's what that weird thing inside her was. What the heck? She pointed to a spot just below my belly button. She did so, my stomach started growling with an unearthly roar. Shifted in place slightly. How far am I already? I mean, I just started chapter 7 here not long ago. It was almost like there was a snake slithering around inside of me.
まったく、もっと早く気づけばよかったわ。篠崎義恵の家の地下で力を使ってから、そこに潜り込んで眠ってやがったのよ、そいつは。
Marguerite crossed her arms and snorted.
ただし、あくまで入れ物で、中身は空っぽだけどね。生意気にうなってやんの。
The growl that came from within my own body sounded like that of a wild beast.
まさか、本当に？ほんと、すっかり騙されたわ。私は本来、教団からあなたがあの空間で、ブック・オブ・シャドウズを手に入れるためのサポート役。それと、その他雑用のために派遣されていたのよ。
And also bring back Azusa.
そうなの？って言っても、手に入れた瞬間、奪い取るつもりだったけどね。
Okay.
まあ、それも、今となってはどうでもいいわ。世界が壊れるのなら、教団の継承権もクソもないし。
I think I'd be this far.
ただね、ムカつくのよ。
Yeah, I've been getting through it at a pretty good pace.
ミストよ。ミスト。あれで勝ったつもりでいるなんて、笑っちゃうわよね。そんなあいつを思いっきりなぶり殺してやりたいでしょ。あなたも甘ったれずにできることに目を向けなさい。可能性を放棄するのは、死んだ後でいい。
True. Marguerite spitting facts. My eyes began to well up yet again.
私にまだ何かできることがあるの？
Marguerite's expression turned deathly serious.
なんとしても、ブック・オブ・シャドウズを体の外に出して支配なさい。本があなたの覚悟を認めれば自然と出てくるわ。
We have to fill her with determination.
そして本の力があればミストのいる涅槃にもう一度乗り込む道も示されるでしょうよ。
I could only stare incredulously at my abdomen. Magari took this opportunity to open my front door, again to illustrate her point. Outside, the weather was still completely anomalous, with hurricane-like winds and debris clouds everywhere. Clouds up above, too, were moving abnormally fast through a disconcerting blood-red sky. Think of the game so far? This game very interesting. It's certainly something. I hope there's more about Kuon. I've been very interested in her. Seems like there's something off about her, but couldn't quite place it. And then let's see. I have to say, like, I don't really mind the chibis that much, but Ayumi is such a wuss. I hate Ayumi. I hate Ayumi. Like, Kishinuma pulled her away from the statue that was, like, she was sticking her arm into that one statue to get the jewel inside, and Kishinuma pulled her back to save her life, and she's just like, Ermagerd sexual assault. And I was like, what? Stuff like that. She's just so stupid. I can't believe she's the protagonist. Don't remember the ending of this game. Will we get the second game soon? Okay, Haunted Hospital or Darkness Distortion? Yeah. I think it's supposed to come out this year? Not sure. I don't know when. Ayumi do be annoying. Every few seconds, a sound not unlike a spark plug firing could be heard echoing from the distance as another black flame ignited and burned itself out in some random spot.
どのみちあなたも世界と共に滅びて死ぬわ。だったら見せてみなさい。その前にあなたの覚悟を。
Game center around her, yeah. Yeah. I sort of hate that she's the protagonist.
黒魔術から生まれたその本は残酷と血を好むわ。
With those parting words, Magari disappeared into the city, sounds of her heels clacking softer and softer until they were no longer audible at all. Sachiko and I could do nothing but see her off. The entire nation was now plagued with entity walls and black, silhouette-like spirits of the dead. Sachiko's really doing... Already be unveiled by now? Yeah. They said a few episodes or a few chapters ago that Ayumi was like from a branch of the Shinozaki family. How do they record my inner monologue? The entity walls were rapidly destroying schools, downtown bypasses, and other crucial traffic cornerstones. Even rescue shelters, creating countless new casualties by the minute. People were running through the street, panicked and confused, and almost certainly not much longer for this earth. Yeah. Meanwhile, in Miss Kuon's office, the black-suited agents watched in horror as each TV monitor displayed a feed from a different news network across the world, The story was exactly the same on all of them. Dang. Imagine this came from a dead elementary school. Yeah. Well, I mean, it came from the Book of Shadows. Not really from the elementary school. Came from a bunch of witches who put their knowledge into this arcane book. And the book made the school. Everything went haywire. Because Ayumi's stupid.
会長、私たちはどうすればよいのですか？
How is a book supposed to recognize my determination? What the hell am I supposed to do? Walk around. Do things. I don't know how to feel about the game. Got mixed feelings. Yeah. Certainly got some interesting parts, but then like Ayumi's stupidity just sort of ruins it. Every channel is reporting almost non-stop on the nationwide ghost disaster state that's in effect. Too bad no one seems to have any worthwhile information to contribute, though. Can I go outside? Numerous unsettling shadowy figures are silhouetted on the sliding screen separating the living room from the outside. Going out now would be a terrible idea. Can I close the curtains? A very thin barrier. Don't have any reason to go to the kitchen. What if I'm hungry? Thing I need to do in here right now. The person that helped Ayumi find out where the real is living. Except the end. Or side with your enemy. Yeah. Oh, you know his room. There's probably something I need in there. Oh, okay. No reason to go upstairs. So there is nothing else I can do. The only thing I can do is go to Hinoe's room. Celestial globe on the table. One of Hinoe's favorite possessions. Stuffed up here. That must be from when I dropped it as a kid. I remember when that happened. Sis was just worried whether I was okay or not. She didn't say a thing about me damaging the globe. And now she's really damaged the globe. History repeats itself. Yeah, I didn't know what to think about... Oh, the window's open. What the heck? That doesn't seem like... Oh, wait. Candle? Candle. And what was even the point of saving during the extra chapter? Why did it have me save? I don't know. I guess I'll keep it. It's weird. Poor Yoshiki. In love with a psychopath that doesn't love him back. Yeah. Ayumi does not deserve Yoshiki. Numerous books on a shelf relating to magic and the occult. Hinoe had quite a collection. Edge. Knife. Probably need the knife. But yeah, I wasn't sure what to think of Mizuto for a while. Like, is he good? Is he bad? They had him act pretty well. He did seem very sus, but yeah. I mean, well, now we know he's bad, definitely. Heard his name so many times. Yeah, honestly, it's It's sort of hard to keep the names straight sometimes. As an English speaker, the names sort of just blur together.
お姉ちゃん、私に力を貸して。
In front of the mirror dresser sat Inoue's zodiac dagger. I gripped it in terror, closed my eyes, and started shaking.
なんとしてもブック・オブ・シャドウズを体の外に出して支配なさい。黒魔術から生まれたその本は残酷と血を好むわ。
I couldn't back down now. I lifted the dagger in front of me, poised to plunge it into my body and carve myself open, as a samurai once did in the ritualistic suicide called seppuku. I couldn't go through with it. Too scared of death. Too scared of the pain. The face that reflected back at me in the mirror was twisted with fear. I didn't even recognize myself. But I could see in those eyes all the weight that had been put on my shoulders, all the responsibility I'd been forced to bear. Hey there, Davio. Did everyone else actually die? Magari survived. I actually called it earlier. I was like, I wonder, because she had the Ever After stones, I was like, what if she used them while she was falling? And that's exactly what she did. I'm a prophet. But yeah. So she like came to knock some sense into Ayumi. Off-screen death, no death. Yep, the rule of off-screen death. Only one character in this game with one single sentence. Not even a sentence long. Lots of voice acting. Not sure. That does sound familiar. I feel like I might have seen the character. I don't know. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't know if I've seen them yet or not. That is sort of funny. One voice line.
臆病で矮小で弱くってこんな自分さえいなければここで決別するのよ。
My mind was made up. I lifted the dagger again, only to bring it halfway to its destination before halting its descent once more. No matter how determined I was, no matter how strong my conviction, it was literally suicide. I knew it had to be done, but knowing and accepting are two different things. Does it actually require that, though? Is that really what Magari meant? Or are you just jumping to conclusion? You figure out by the end of the game who the character is? Might also just be one word long. Again, crying like a baby. This was the most afraid I'd ever been in my entire life. Almost certainly the most afraid I would ever be. At this point, the only way I'd be able to go through with it was to clear my mind and let my arms make the motions automatically. Before I knew it, exactly what I did. Oh! You did it. It's most likely because I wasn't thinking about it, or anything else for that matter, that the dagger found absolutely no resistance. It was like applying excess force to slice a cake. For a very brief moment, I felt nothing. But then the convulsions started. First in my abdomen, then quickly spreading up to the rest of my body. Oof. I know how bad that was feeling. The character makes one word appearance and never again. Yeah. Yeah, that would be weird. I mean, are you sure it doesn't share, or, are you sure that character doesn't share a voice actor with somebody else? Maybe they just, like, did it in a different tone of voice? My abdomen was now spasming and constricting involuntarily, and the rest of me wasn't faring much better. The entire body was in total chaos. Ooh. The extent of the agony I'd felt at that moment was absolutely impossible to convey. It was all-encompassing. I was utterly incapable of focusing on anyone else, or anything else. My lower body was spewing bright red blood, thick black blood, and an unknown yellow substance. All of which were blending together into the slurry that was, at its core, my life essence. Yeah. Went far beyond anything I could have ever imagined. The sheer shock of it rendered my mind a jumble that I simply could not untangle. I knew there was a reason I'd done this to myself. Something I absolutely had to do, and it was crucial. But regaining enough cognitive function to do it would be a challenge. My head was swimming as I tried, beyond all reasonable measure, to hang on to consciousness just long enough to complete the task at hand. I still see my face in the mirror, but only just. The blood that was spurting from my abdomen had largely glazed it over. Oh. I heard the VA also had a comment about having such a sword appearance. Oh. Nice. Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, dying by getting stabbed in the gut is one of the most painful ways to die. That's pretty yikes. It was a truly frightful sight, comparable to, if not more disturbing, than anything I'd seen in Heavenly Host. I felt feeble, helpless, and the face in the mirror was smiling at it, or at me for it. Darkly, obscenely. Jet black crows flew by outside the window, and in that moment, a fire sparked within me. Feeling oddly resolute, I gripped the dagger jutting out from my abdomen. Probably wondering where the Book of Shadows went after the incident. Yeah. I did wonder where it went. And yanked it to the side with every last bit of strength I had left in me. The spray of blood gushing out of me became almost exponentially more violent. Well, most surprisingly, it seemed like equal amounts of blood were rushing to my brain as well. The effect was a feeling like the blood vessels in my head were on the verge of bursting. Just as I felt like I was moments from my final blackout, I saw something. There, among my own entrails on the ground, the blood-drenched tome. Like one of those cartoons or something. True power was within you the whole time. Except exponentially darker. It was the Book of Shadows, without question. And then everyone died the end. My vision blurred from the intense loss of blood and even more intense pain. I fell forward, unable to maintain any semblance of balance any longer. And I landed right on it, with a loud, warm, and unpleasant splash. my face planted firmly into the book, was steaming under the odd temperature differential of my viscera. I woke with a start. I was still in Hinoe's room. I can't believe Ayumi is a superhuman. She's got super regeneration. Instinctively and frantically, I looked down at my abdomen. There, I saw a scar resembling the ones I'd almost died from during the blowback at Yoshie Shinozaki's house. Runic lettering and all. But that was it. The bleeding had stopped. In fact, there was no blood anywhere in the room. And on the floor in front of me sat the Book of Shadows. Not a copy, but the original. I slowly touched it. And from behind me, Sachiko spoke.
本が歩みを持ち主と認めたの。
She was staring at me with a docile, almost reverent look in her eye. I picked up the book and looked at it, fear and awe running through my now clear head. It grumbled a bit, darting its eyes back and forth. Eventually, it seemed to settle on a specific direction, blocking its gaze. It seemed to be looking out the window. Hmm.
あの方向、如月学園だわ。
Bruh. We need a new school. What the heck? Oh, are these...
もうお父さん。
Yeah, it's the parents. And they've been possessed or something.
世界はもう終わりました。
世界はもう終わりました。
お父さん、お母さん。
Oh, I can walk around. I don't know if I should talk to them, but...
世界はもう
Okay.
世界は
Dad and Mom just repeat the same line over and over again, like a broken tape recorder.
お父さん、お母さん。
Yeah, I still don't want to go outside. The reflection in the mirror looks like a whole other person. Ragged hair, pale skin, and an expression of utter disdain are the standout features. The lack of sunlight these past few days has really taken its toll, not just on the people here, but on the plants as well. I want to sit down and watch some TV. Okay. Have to get to Kisaragi Academy. No reason to go upstairs. Their kitchen? Oh, okay, we're just leaving.
きっと私帰ってくるからね。
Oh? Is this new? Huh. I feel like I saw this before. This is interesting to see this after. Yeah. After we've seen all these things happen now. That was pretty epic.
幸子、不思議な気持ちだけど、あなたがこうして味方でいてくれると心強いよ。
Sachiko looked at me with sweet, innocent eyes. When I arrived at Kisaragi Academy, I got a much better look at the phenomenon. It was like a whirlpool with a red, dully shining hole in its center. Was this the entrance to the Ever After?
あの先に涅槃が。動的魔法？魔女みたいに空を飛ぶの？嘘だ。
Oh my goodness, is she actually gonna start using magic? Oh my. I closed my eyes, clasped the Book of Shadows tightly in both hands, and prayed.
ブックオブシャドウズ、力を貸して。
When I opened my eyes again and looked up into the sky, my body began to float. I was in control of the Book of Shadows. I was a legitimate practitioner of magic now. This moment felt almost like an awakening, an endless new possibility. This strikes me as weird, not just because she can now use magic, but also because Aiko mentioned that everything in the Book of Shadows, all the spells in the Book of Shadows, were never used. Like, they were just theories. They hadn't been tested. So, like, is she using magic from the Book of Shadows, or... Yeah, time to resurrect everyone, even Aiko. Yeah, I guess we'll throw Aiko in there as a bonus. Okay.
これ本当に飛んでる。すごい。
Right next to me, flying by my side, was Sachiko.
あゆみ。
Huh? The momentary loss of focus dropped me out of my trance, and I immediately began falling. I gripped the book even tighter and concentrated harder than before. And sure enough, I began rising up toward the vortex once more.
あゆみ、気をつけて。あなたが力を使えるのはその本のおかげ。絶対離しちゃダメ。 わかった。
It reminds me of, like, using one of those rectangular floats in a pool. Hold on to those things and paddle around. I don't know. As I flew higher, I could see Magari sitting on the roof of the school.
ブックオブシャドウズを従えたようね。見直したわ、篠崎歩美。それにしても如月学園の真上に涅槃へのエスカレーターがあるなんてね。ついでにもう一つ教えてやるとね、涅槃がこの世界に侵食してつながってしまったのは別にあなただけのせいじゃない。
Okay, how do you figure that?
涅槃天神症がこの世に発生してしまった時点で、いいえ、もっと以前にブックオブシャドウズが生み出されてしまった時に、いつかこの時が来ることは決まっていた。
Alright, I can see the reasoning behind that. I looked into Magari's face. She was being completely sincere.
その本の元の所有者も篠崎義恵もみんなそれを食い止めようと、あるいは遅らせようと必死だったの。
Basically, the Book of Shadows is Cthulhu.
それが次世代へつなぐだけの運命であってもね。そうやって代々受け継いできたのよ。
そうだったの。
だから言ってみれば、あなたがいようといまいといずれこうなったわ。ただあなたの行為はあの狂信者集団ヤゴウラ教会の生き残りミストに涅槃のパワーを与えてしまった。
Yeah, that was definitely your fault.
その責任は取らなきゃいけないわ。責任。あなたには本物のブックオブシャドウズがある。天神症で分散していた涅槃の力はミストの持つ偽物に取り込まれてしまった。でもそれを取り戻してその本に封印すれば、あんなもの簡単に吹っ飛ばせるわ。そして涅槃のコアをも迎え入れられたなら、その本は完璧なものとなる。
You did say he never found the core. What is the core?
さあ反撃よ。食らわしてやりなさい。世界が終わる前に一発ぐらい本物の実力ってやつをね。私は見ているわ。
Alright. Well, yeah, it's coming up. So, we're gonna take a break, and then once the ads are done, time to head in and, yeah, kick Misto's butt. Alright. I have returned. Kick Misto's butt. Augury grew smaller as I climbed higher and higher. As I looked up, I could see the threshold looming ever larger, poised as if to wrap itself around me.
あゆみ怖い死ぬの怖い
Of course she is, Ayumi. But no, that's legit, yeah. Pretty much anyone scared of dying.
怖いかな
I smiled at her, and to my surprise, it was a genuine smile. Somehow or another, I was feeling very calm. Hachiko looked at me with wide eyes.
どうしたの
He turned away briefly, then looked over at me once more. It almost seemed like in that brief moment, he'd changed expression in much... Yeah, he changed expressions in much the way someone would change a suit.
あゆみ怖いのはサチと涅槃のコアにいる人気をつけて
And the person in the Nirvana's core. Misto never found the Nirvana's core. Or is he in there? Somebody different.
涅槃のコアにいる人それはミストじゃなくて
Yeah, not Misto.
別にいる
Yeah? The only other person I could think it might be is Yoshi. I looked back up to find myself practically right on top of the hole in the sky that stood in front of the abnormally huge red moon. Flashbang. And with my convictions settled, I jumped in. The harsh flash, the nausea, wrenching tightness in my chest, caused me to lose consciousness for a second. But then I awoke to find that heaven and earth had switched places. It looked as if I were falling headfirst into a massive storm, with flashing lightning, roaring thunder. It almost seemed like I was previewing what the world would look like after its destruction. In the sky, there was an enormous face of a doll, and the walls around me were all made of flesh. I clenched the Book of Shadows with both hands as I slowly made my landing in this new version of Nirvana. It was a mountain of rubble.
Nani kore? 完全に壊れてる。
Nice.
何よもう。あゆみ、大丈夫？平気だよ。これくらい。
I slowly, carefully found my footing and pulled myself back up to my feet. This was an entirely different heavenly host. It bore almost no resemblance whatsoever to any version of the school we'd traversed previously.
天神小学校がこんな姿に。みんなは。
You know, I just realized this is going to be such a pain because I don't know what the structure is like now.
町田くん、中島さん、岸沼くん、クオン先生、愛子さん。
Aren't they all dead? I thought, yeah, she saw them get crushed. I thought. I called out to my friends, but received no answer. All I could hear was the rumbling and twisting of the air around me. Oh, well, would you look at that? There they are. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're doing so hot. Tag Itashira High, Class 3-2, Kazuki Munakata. Crushed by a piece of the school. The Book of Shadows. Oh, what the heck? Why are they standing up now? What the heck? And there's Aiko's headless body. This is fine. There was no mistaking it. In the midst of the wreckage, pieces of clothing from Kishinuma, Mochida, Nakashima, Miss Kuan, and Aiko were clearly visible. Are they supposed to be standing up? Because it looks like some of them are clipping through things. The unfortunate souls who were wearing this clothing were all buried under fallen beams and other debris, surrounded by a veritable sea of blood. I knelt down and began sobbing uncontrollably. I think that's how Aiko died. Sachiko stared at me as I continued to scream and cry.
Ayumi? 幸子頑張ってみる。天神小学校の運命だったら、ちょっとなら戻せるかもしれない。
Can she bring them back to life? Sort of? Restore Heavenly Host Elementary's destiny, some small part of it. Sachiko produced a calavera necklace from her pocket. The skeletal figure on the chain made a slight hollow clinking sound as it was handled, very much as actual bone would. It looked handmade and seemed oddly warm, like a keepsake.
それは?
I had this weird feeling that I'd seen this object somewhere before.
どこ かで見たことあるような。思い出せない。
Though she was looking down at the ground a bit, slightly guilty and slightly guarded, Sachiko giggled slightly.
これ、幸子の宝物。
A big smile crept across her lips, and for a moment, she looked every bit the part of an ordinary little girl. I was confused. Sachiko placed her hand on the Book of Shadows. Back. And the book spoke.
同じ日を繰り返せ。
Oh? Repeat the same day? Okay. He's gonna bring him back that way, isn't it? Followed by Sachiko. Suddenly, I was in Yoshie Shinozaki's clinic. The very same clinic Nakashima and I had visited on that fateful day.
この人は、ヨシエさん。
Reviewing Sachiko's memory of an event from long ago. Yoshie was writing something in her journal.
アナグラムの解析を進めると、この本に書かれている術はすべて実体の伴わない理論でしかなかった。
Yeah, there it is. Not one of them has ever been properly tested.
成功例に関する文献も全く存在しない。私はなんと愚かなことをしてしまったのだろう。最初から成功しないものに心血を注いでいたなんて。本の中身である涅槃が飛び出し、異空間を作ってしまうだけの失敗作の術。
Whoops. I accidentally another dimension.
しかもそこに囚われた死者は生きていた証、存在の痕跡すらも消されてしまう。
Sachiko came in the room from the back. Her eyes met with Yoshie's, and she smiled.
だが、飛び出した涅槃を抑え込むことができたため。
Sachiko stood obediently by her mother, wearing the white dress we'd seen on her in Heavenly Host. Yoshie patted her on the head approvingly. Sachiko then coughed out a fine black mist, but sucked it back into her mouth like a carp. What?
失われ、黒く消えたあの人の存在だけは取り戻せたのだ。
The face on the image was blacked out, like those of Seiko and the others. However, to my surprise, the black marking was slowly peeling itself away, revealing the features underneath. My vision slowly cleared, and when it did, amidst all the rumbling and shaking, I found myself back in Heavenly Host Elementary.
これは
Alright, I'm back. Oh. Yeah, I thought it would have some backlash. And promptly, Sachiko collapsed to the ground. Without thinking, I picked her up and held her limp, light body in my arms. Oh, she's breaking apart. She must have used up her spirit energy, as she was clearly drained. She was breathing, but only very lightly.
苦しそう。私、幸子に触れてる。
Oh yeah, she's holding Sachiko. She's not incorporeal. Sachiko was real. She had to have been, or I wouldn't have been able to hold on to her like this. She seemed injured, but not in any traditional manner. There were cracks running through her body, each one emanating an unearthly blue, almost gaseous light. Meanwhile, the school itself was also cracking and breaking all around me, making an incredible noise. The roof above began to crumble away, providing glimpses of the real world. Backed by silver power to do whatever she just did? Probably, yeah. And incredibly, the entity walls hadn't spawned there yet. Interesting. She basically reversed time for everything.
戻ってる。まだみんなが死ぬ前だ。幸子、しっかりして。はい、でも、幸子、あんなに時間戻さなかった。幸子、ありがとう。偉いね。頑張ったね。
And Heiko's not dead anymore yet. Heiko never dies. He just endures great amounts of pain. I could hardly believe it. I just complimented Sachiko, of all people, on a job well done. Her newly formed physical body was rapidly beginning to evaporate into mist. My voice was trembling, though I suspect it was less with fear and more with confusion.
すごいわ。あなたいい子よ。
She looked up into the sky, eyes beginning to well with tears. She was struggling to speak. Soon she wouldn't be able to at all.
謝りたかった。
She barely had any voice left, but was persevering nonetheless. This was clearly something she didn't want to leave unsaid, no matter what.
許してもらえないのは分かってる。けど、謝りたかった。
And with that, she began full-on crying. I couldn't help doing the same.
そんな人殺しちゃったんだ。幸子はいい子じゃない。褒められちゃいけない子。
Tears were streaming down my face now. Sachiko's voice was so mournful, so genuine.
たくさんの人を救ったわ。ありがとう。
A massive earthquake shook the ground. Sachiko looked scared, so I patted her head and hugged her tightly. She then looked me squarely in the eye, gripping her calavera necklace tightly in her hand as if it were a rosary. Sachiko and the blue light alike both disappeared completely. It's gone. The being I was hugging just moments ago no longer existed. All I could do was clench my fists, and mourn. The look on Sachiko's face when she asked if I was scared of dying kept flashing through my head. I kept my head hung low for a moment, then stood up and wiped the tears from my eyes. Accompanying the sound of rumbling, one single entity wall now stood in the real world. The cycle was beginning anew.
見守っていて、篠崎の末裔の私を。
Dang. Sachiko was a real one. Sachi once praised too. Determination. Chapter 7, Determination. To be continued. That only had one ending. PvP entries for Yu Ishido have been unlocked. Kuzumoto, Sachiko Shinozaki, Sakataro Morishige. Testimony from Ikue Otani. Encyclopedia Obscura entries for Calavera Doll. Sachiko's family photo, Sachiko Shinozaki. Yoshie Shinozaki, and Fact. EX Chapter 5 has been unlocked. I don't really want to do an EX chapter right now, but sort of like natural progression. Did I get all? Was there only the one name tag? Yeah, just the one. They just had to slip that one guy in there. Nope. Still need to go back and get stuff in chapter 5. Right, what about a Calavera doll? A doll that the Kisaragi students and their friends made for Sachiko in another timeline. Sadly, no one remembers doing this, including Sachiko. Simply held onto it without actually knowing why. Its shape is authentic to the Mexican calavera style often seen on Dia de Muertos, the Day of the Dead. Huh. I don't remember them making that. Where is... What's the other thing? Oh yeah, fact loop. A spell the former master of Heavenly Host, Sachiko, allows her to revert time even if the same fate cannot be avoided. The road taken to get there may differ. Huh. So maybe you won't be able to change your fate. Huh. Yeah, that's encouraging. Okay, I guess we'll do EX Chapter 5. Hopefully this one doesn't take forever, like the last one. I was hoping to get more main chapters done today. Well, another main chapter at least. Threading the needle. Oh, Magari. In the depths of Martuba's Tomb HQ, in a storage room stacked high with books to rival any library, I was hard at work researching my mark, squatting on the ground to read the books I'd spread out before me.
ブックオブシャドウズはもともとうちのものだったんだよね。なんかルーツとか情報ないの？仮っぽいな。
I hit the shelf behind me with my back when I sneezed. After a couple seconds had passed, a fairly heavy book fell from above, landing right on my spine. Ow! I observed the fallen tome, which had serendipitously opened to a photo that looked an awful lot like the very book I was seeking. Before I could read the associated passages, however, a member of the Order appeared and gave me a stiff salute.
セカンドディグリーマスターマガリ幸せの石の解析が終わりました。有機霊合 83% の本物のようです。
なあ、僕ら三輪愛子から取り上げた石ね。お前ら勝手に増やしたりしなかっただろうな。
とんでもございません。
まあいいか。これは私の獲物だから。出しゃばったら消すからね。いくらマルトゥバのものでも。
Oh, that's it. Okay, that was a very, very short EX chapter. Wow. Alright. We'll just straight up finish this today? Probably not. I think I saw there's like supposed to be 10 chapters. Probably not gonna get through everything today. Maybe finish it on Thursday? You trying to be like 3 hours or so, maybe? Plus anything extra? Yeah. Chapter 8. Ties severed, ties mended. Change my title again. There we go. Oh. What is this? The floors and walls are completely covered in... I don't even want to know what. The school's still here at least, so time really does seem to have reverted. But this is definitely very different.
何かの理論の本で読んだっけ。時間の巻き戻しは渦を巻く運命のレールを飛び越える行為。全く同じ事象には戻らない。
Another tremor.
急がないと。さっき見たあの光、7番目の柱が生まれてる。ミストがまた偽のブックオブシャドウズで全てを壊してしまう。
Name tag Minota Agricultural Class 1-2 Ekinori Oba. Come to shock upon removal of organs. Stomach contents replaced with unknown undesirable substance. Oh, alright. I go out? I have to hurry to the roof again. Several eyeballs rolling around inside the shoe cubbies. They seem to be moving of their own volition, and every one of them is staring directly at you. Lovely. Carved up human remains slotted piece by piece into various shoe cubbies here. Some of the chunks of flesh are still pulsating, as if the person is somehow still alive. This section of cubby seems to have been severely affected by fluctuations in the nirvana. Blood and other bodily fluids are oozing out of it, as if it were a living being. Nice. Can I go this way? This door has been eaten away by the nirvana. It will likely never open again. Oh, is that a ghost? I don't want to go over there. Wait. Is that a ghost? Or was it just... Huh. There's a talisman. Okay, well I can go back here, save, and then I can go over that way. And if there's nothing over there, I just load back. Yeah, I think that is a ghost. Yeah, it's wandering around. Do I want to use my talisman on that, though? Eh. If I don't, it's gonna follow me. Right over here. Doors have been eaten away. Name tag, Nijima Academy High, Class 3-3, Kohei Asakura. Severed own carotid artery after killing insanity-stricken friend. Door's been eaten away as well. Over there. Room? No. Eaten away. Name tag by the corpse. Takamori Trade School Class 3B. Taco Cheeto. Come to shock instantly when neck was snapped. Oh, I can't go this way. So I have to go by the ghost. Okay. Hope I don't need this talisman later. Oh, well. See you there. Down here. Is that a dead body? An item? Batteries. Tag Keimei Academy Middle Class 1A Miho Mehara. Hunger, starvation, and dehydration. What the? Oh, what the heck? Bro. Okay. Anything up here? Body. Koraku Yanagiya High, Class 3-2, Taiki Kanzaki. Come to shock and bled out after all limbs were amputated. That's unfortunate. Floor has been eaten by the Nirvana. No desks here blocking the way. Go from here. Name tag, East Koyo Elementary Class 5-3, Erika Katabami. Suffered fatal asthma attack. This. Picture. Hope I don't need to enter that. Tripwire. Body. Tag Mages Guild leader? Koto Asada came from the caves and took a knife to the forehead. Huh? Iwagawa University High, Class 1C, Natsuki Oda. Bled out and succumbed to shock after carotid artery is severed. Was been eaten by the Nirvana. Was been eaten by the Nirvana. Alright. Was been eaten by the Nirvana. Was been eaten by the Nirvana. Name tag. Koraku Yanagiya High, Class 3-1, Keiji Yamanami. Suffered brain contusion after taking a beating to the head. Oh, no, I wanted to go to the candle. Body. Takemori Trade School, Class 3B, Shota Suzuki. Fell downstairs and broke neck after leg tendons were cut. Bandage. Other body. Hime Academy Middle, Class 1A, Yuki Uesugi. Throat sliced out. Go back down to the first floor. Their body over here, yeah. Takemori Trade School, Class 2A, Shie Asahina. Let out from stab wound. Alright, back up the tower. I wonder, is Yoshikazu gonna be here? Wait, should I go down? Is it time to go down yet? Tremendous spiritual presence at the bottom. Countless lost souls are silently screaming in agony and despair. Best not to go this way right now. Okay. Yeah, not yet. I wonder if that's like the final thing. Like, yeah, that might be the core of the Nirvana. There's Yoshikazu. Even he couldn't avoid becoming a victim here, just like everyone else. Are those blood splatters? No, I think it's rubble. Okay. Okay.
すごいな。7番目の柱。知識のセフィ。
So, did we make it in time?
俺のブックオブシャドウズの力に反応して現れやがった。
何よあれ。
よし、派手に現世と涅槃の壁を壊すか。この天神称号とな。ついでにミワックを。てめえも消せるとはまさに一石二鳥ってやつか。おい、いい子だ。グッバイ。
Goodbye.
ぶっ潰れよ天神小学校。え？なんだこれは。
愛ちゃんお願い殺さないで。お姉ちゃんは関係ないでしょ。
Yeah, this is when Aiko dies. So, will she survive? Yeah. He pushes her, he stumbles back, and then some monster like flies across and hits her head. The one who's on the stairs. Yeah, I mean, there was they mentioned there will be differences because of changing the or going back into the past or something. I don't know. No, that's not an immersion ruin thing. There are differences. I'm not exactly sure why, but it's supposed to be that way.
愛ちゃん。
しゃらくせえ。
愛ちゃん。
Yeah. There's the monster. What? When Aiko opened her eyes, she found me standing in front of her. I had one of my arms outstretched, obviously having blocked something with it. My arm had protected Aiko from the charging mouth, almost as a shield would.
愛子さん大丈夫。
How the heck did you do that?
歩み、その力はなんだ。お前いつの間に。篠崎。
委員長。
Of course, Kishinuma, Mochina, Nakashima, and Miss Kuon were all there too.
みんなまだ生きてる。
このために赤服のガキがついていない。しかし、一体何が。
You're about to get whooped, that's what's going on.
てめえ、オーラの色が異常だぞ。さあ、同じ時間を繰り返し辿った色だな。
How the heck do you sense that?
そういうのわかるんだ。
ああ、笑ったかてめえ。なめんなよ畜生が。ぶっ壊してやら。
Google Mao? What?
この
What was that?
もうやめて。あなたの計画はおしまいだ。
そ 崎あゆみ、俺を誰だと思って滑るものだぞ。ヤゴーラの生き残り最後のミストだ。殺してやる、殺してやるぞあゆみ、魔女のエースで。
Wait, did she... Is the jewel still there or did she take it?
何してんの。控えなさい、偽
何？なぜおい、そいつは消えたんじゃなかったのかよ。騙したのか。
Get wrecked, Lamau. As if he were in any position to be accusing me of deception.
物。返してもらうわよ。本の中身を。
Yikes. Okay. Book cannibalism. That was not on my bingo card for today. My Book of Shadows roared and bit hard into the false Book of Shadows. Book cannibalism, yeah. Oh, sharing a brain cell moment. Oh, yeah. Get wrecked. Misto was in total panic. But it didn't stop. It wouldn't. The Book of Shadows, my Book of Shadows, completely devoured the imposter. Knowledge. The Book of Shadows' tongue stretched out like a whip, cracking itself at the stone.
やめなさい。あなたも食べられるわよ。
おいサトシ、こいつを抑えるぞ。手伝え。あんた、おとなしくするんだ。
観念なさい。あなたは危険だから縛らせてもらうわ。
I produced a handkerchief from my pocket.
俺がやるよ。
You're gonna tie him up with a handkerchief. Yeah, I'm sure that'll stop him. Mochida tied Misto's wrists together.
また地震か。
Oh? Fading out of existence?
どうしてセフィラの起動は防いだのに。
Or is it fading into existence?
まだ終わっちゃいねえのさ。涅槃をすべて抑え込んだとでも思っているのか。
Ah, is this the legendary helpful villain monologue?
今その本が食い散らかした俺の集めた分の涅槃はブック・オブ・シャドウズの全てではない。言っただろう。天神章を形成している涅槃とは別に意志を持つ涅槃のコアが存在すると。
涅槃のコアに意志。幸子が言っていた涅槃の中の人っていうのはこのことなの。
コアの意志が知識のセフィラを起動させるさ。現実世界に涅槃が侵食し融合する未来は変わらない。俺がやろうとしたら 状態にある日本のコアのコントロールだ。だってそう君に秩序のない破壊が来るぞ。どうするつもりだ？
私がやるわ。この本の保管を。
やってるの。日の絵や仲間に頼ってばかりの甘ったれなお前がどこまで成長できるのか見てやる。この涅槃のどこかにブック・オブ・シャドウスのこの本を生んだ魔女の意志と対峙してみるがいい。
Ah, it's the will of the witch who created the book.
普通の人間なら100回気が狂うだろうけどな。
The prospect of us going mad seemed to amuse him. He smirked.
内田君、中島さん、岸沼君、クオン先生、愛子さん、来てくれてありがとう。私、本当に嬉しかった。今すぐ現世に戻って手段はある？
大丈夫よ。もうすぐこの幸せの石も霊力がチャージされるわ。やっと帰れるのね。
よかった。
篠崎は
私は言い残したことが
付き合うよ、篠崎。俺たちはお前を連れ戻すために来たんだからな。
そうだよ、委員長。大丈夫、私もすぐ戻るから。
そうはいかねえよ。手伝わせてくれ、篠崎。一人でやるよりみんなでやった方が早いはずだ。
Uh-oh.
中島さん、
なんだ。どうしたナオミ。
この子、みんなには見えてないの？
What? What? Well, why?
どうしたんだよナオミ。
Suddenly, a vision flashed in Naomi's head, as if she were seeing through someone else's eyes for a moment. What? Huh? Huh? Sachi trying to help? Because she wants to... She wants to be loved? Hmm.
サトシ。
ナオミ、よかった。どうしたんだよ急に。
今そこに黒い服の女の子がいて、ここから飛び降りたの。
黒い服。中島さん、その子目も真っ黒だった。
俺には何も見えなかったぞ。なあ、サトシ。
ああ、
幸だわ。
サチ。
幸子の双子の姉、生まれる前に吉江さんのお腹の中で亡くなったという胎児の霊。篠崎真希奈さんの団地から私がこれを持ってきたせいで現世から連れてきてしまったの。
He still has the teeth?
大きさからして乳歯か。
だな。
このところ無差別に現世を蝕んでいた強い霊ね。私の会社でもずっと後を追っていた悪霊だわ。ここに来たせいでより力が増幅されていたのね。
Wait, Kuan says she's a strong evil spirit. Wait, who's the one that said she was weak? Was it Misato? Oh. Huh.
お守りになるかもしれない。持田君、持ってて。
What? Why would you think that? I don't know. Okay, well, we got ads starting soon. We'll have to take a break for that. And then once they're done, I guess we're gonna follow Sachi, who's possibly trying to help? Hmm. All right, let's get back to it. So, Sachi's pretty much telling us to follow her. Ayumi's giving Satoshi baby teeth because for some reason they might work as a protective charm. Weird stuff, but okay. Weirder things have happened.
だけどそれじゃあ篠崎は
私にはこの本があるから。先生、さっきね、その女の子の見てる景色みたいなのがこの目に見えたの。
Imagine that. Some ghost girl named Sachi showed you what you saw, or showed you what she saw through the eye that got branded with the word Sachi. Would have guessed. Naomi removed the patch from her left eye. Her injury hadn't healed in the slightest. Her left eye was clouded over, with blisters blanketing the pupil that spelled out the name Sachi.
ひでな。ナオミ、お前。
中島さんの目は例の念を受けた火傷のような症状。でも冷水の目薬をさしているからじきに治るよ。見えたイメージは、もしかしたらその目があの例の視界を見せたのかもしれないね。
だとしたらサトシ、そのサチってこの幽霊が地下の防空壕に入っていったの。そしてユカちゃんの声が。
なんだって。そんなバカな。あいつは家にいるはずだ。
And Misto in 3, 2, 1.
いや、来てるね。
Classic villain.
お前。
持田聡。いい子だな。お前の妹は。お兄さんがピンチだと言ったら必死になってついてきたぜ。
本当にいるのか、ユカが。
お前ら天神症を一度くぐった人間は死のループを繰り返したことにより特殊なオーラをまとっているんだ。中でも幸子と直に接触し心を通わせたことがあるあの子は常人の何倍もの霊力の泉を蓄えている。そう、この世のどこにあの子を超える敵役はいない。
てめえ！
俺の神聖ブックオブシャドウズに涅槃のコアを入れる導水になってもらうために呼んだのさ。
Water man? What?
ひどいことを。
今も校舎の地下で霊力を絞り取ってるが、俺のはもうなくなったから用なしだな。あら、引き取りに行くなら急げよ。サチが向かったんだろ。
でもその目じゃ。行く。ゆかちゃんを早く助けてあげたいの。分かったわ、行きましょう。私を愛ちゃんは岸沼くんと一緒に篠崎さんについててあげて。私たちもゆかちゃんを助けたらすぐ戻るよ。
You're not really in any position or any condition to move around very much right now, Aiko. Did they mention Ayumi from this time at all? No, that's true, yeah. I wondered about that. I wonder... I don't remember seeing her like over at the railing, because she was over at the railing in the past timeline. I'm not sure if she just like disappeared over at the railing when our Ayumi came up the stairs, or if she just wasn't there to begin with, but nobody mentioned a different Ayumi. I don't know. I'm just gonna chalk it up to wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
わかった、お姉ちゃん。
It's nice that you're having a moment here, but might want to chase after Satoshi before something happens. Aiko was looking down and turning slightly red as she said that, and Miss Kuon didn't fail to notice. Her face lit up brighter than I'd ever seen it.
それじゃあ岸沼くん、お願いね。お姉ちゃんって呼んでくれたのいつぶりかしら。目痛い？辛そうね。ちょっと待って。はい、目薬。早く楽になるといいわね。
篠崎。
岸沼くんもゆかちゃんを探しに行ってあげて。地下防空壕は男の子多い方がいいと思う。
けどよ、
私は大丈夫。この本があるからこんな人に負けない。
頼もしいな。すぐ戻る。
あゆみ、なああゆみ、俺の名はほどけ。
おとなしくしてて、全部終わらせたら一緒に連れて帰ってあげるから。
本気？あゆみちゃん。
うん。こんな人でもきっといなくなったら悲しむ人がいると思
う。いねえよバケ、クセ女。情けか、おい、上から目線かこら。
Misto suddenly began to act hysterical, as if my words had struck a nerve somewhere deep in the core of his soul. Aiko was not amused. He stared him down and easily won. He quickly regained his composure, however, and took a more casual, more relaxed posture. His tone almost made it sound like he was getting ready to strike a deal with her.
なあ、あゆみ。世界を動かしている原動力ってなんだかわかるか？悪意だ。悪意とは人が人を陥れ不幸を願う気持ち、心そのもの。呪いと言ってもいい。それは決して恨みから発生する被害者側から生まれるのみの概念ではない。むしろ加害者側にこそ蔓延しているものだ。
I lay down lurk for now. Looking good. Alright. Thanks for the lurk. Have a good rest. I will try not to die horribly. I could hardly wait to see where this was going. I was ready for him to throw me a curveball and try to trick me into helping him. And all I could think was, good luck with that.
俺のじいさんが作った教団、ヤゴーラは滅んだ。うまいな。無能力者の祖先どもに異端者として糾弾され迫害されてな。危険な集団になり下がっていた魔術結社マルトワにブック・オブ・シャドウズなんてものを持たせていたらろくなことにならねえ。そう考えたじいさんは近畿の書としてその存在を隠すためにそいつを盗み出し秘密裏に篠崎家に託した。全ては世のため、正義に燃えた人だったらしい。だが周りからは眉唾だの詐欺師だの化け物だのと散々バッシングされた挙句家まで焼かれて無一文。ついには気が狂って街中を走り回って死んだそうだ。その息子である俺の親父と母親も綺麗に自殺した。何度引っ越しても居場所を嗅ぎつけてきやがるクソどもに窓を割られたり罵声を浴びせられる人生に疲れ果てたんだ。
I shrunk back a bit. I definitely wasn't expecting this from these two. Nor was I quite certain how to react.
親が死んだ直後だってのに事件を面白がった記者たちが次々とやってきた。ガキだった俺を捕まえに毎日近所でも評判の変わり者夫婦自殺、戦慄のオカルト屋敷に潜入ってな。生前世間にどんな恨み事を言っていたとか何か面白い不幸はなかったかとか、挙句に嘘か事実かなんて関係ない、面白けりゃいいんだって三文筋書きのペラ紙まで持ってきやがった。だがな、そいつらの期待に反して俺の両親は一言も世を呪ったりしていなかった。
His eyes were swimming. I didn't get the sense that he was lying about any of this.
毎日3時になると金もないのにおやつに小さなガムをくれた。そんなもんでも嬉しくて俺はすぐ泣き止んだものさ。
I felt for him. I genuinely felt for him.
ある日気がついたら俺はマスゴミ野郎のコートにライターのオイルをかけていた。そのまま火をつけてやったら速攻捕まって施設にぶち込まれたよ。あゆみ、お前の祖先だってそうだろ。俺たちだけじゃない。嫉妬、安心、弱い者いじめ、見渡せば同じ構図ばかりじゃねえか。呪いを振りかざして世に不幸をまき散らしているのは俺たち能力者じゃねえ。誰やろうパンピーどもだ。人と違うということはな、この世ではそれだけで悪なんだ。
お父さんもお母さんもお姉ちゃんが決めた将来のことひどく言うから好きじゃない。世間体とかそういうの頑張ってる人に失礼だよ。
Inoue flashed me a kindly smile and patted me on the head.
あゆみちゃん、お母様たちを悪く言ってはいけませんよ。 悲しい運命から私たち家族を守るために本家から絶縁してもらって静かに暮らしているのだから。そこへ近寄ろうとする私を止めるのは当たり前。むしろ優しさからの忠告なのですよ。
な、この世には至る所に悪意という呪いが蔓延してんだよ。お前の祖先も散々な苦渋を舐めてきたはずだ。優れた人間が撃たれる世界に何の価値がある？
だからってあなたが命を奪うの？
増えすぎた豚どもは数を減らして思考を奪い、恐怖で縛り付けて律するしかない。
Misto slammed his foot on the ground.
少なくとも私のお姉ちゃんはそんなこと言わない。
I still felt for him. I pitied him. My eyes were starting to mist over as well. I wanted more than anything to reach him, save him.
優しすぎたんだ。バカがつくほどな。俺ともよく対立してた。
あなたの師匠だったって話は？
本当だ。俺が両親以外で初めて心を開いた人間だった。俺と日野江は短い期間だが共にいて伴侶にとまで考えている。天涯孤独のこの俺が人を愛するなんて後にも先にもあの時だけだ。あれほどの優しさと許しを持つ人間にはもう二度と会えねえだろう。
My eyes widened, and Misto's eyes became more distant. When he spoke about Hinoe, like he was staring into the past. His whole facial expression reflected such incredible loneliness.
あなたお姉ちゃんと。
だがよ、己を犠牲にして他人を救うなんてのは偽善だろう。自分を傷つけるってことは周囲の人間も傷つけるってことだ。自殺者を救って身代わりになって自分の家族を泣かせたとする。それは正しいのか？
I couldn't answer. I'd been repenting the actions that led to my sister's death this whole time. Really couldn't argue with what Misto was telling me.
他人を思いやれるのは優れた人間だよ。底抜けに人を許すから。疑うことを知らねえから。意味もなく、ただ運悪く強姦なんて目に遭う。
This was the first I'd ever heard of this. A hard pill to swallow. All I could remember were the smiles. Those were as genuine as could be. But behind them, there may have been hidden wounds caused by people taking advantage of her gentle nature in downright unfathomable ways.
その日の絵も今やこの世にはいない。聞けば取るに足らない愚民を救うためお前が行った術のせいで死んだらしいじゃねえか。どこまで犠牲にならなきゃいけねえんだ、優れた人間がよ。俺はまだ終われない。世を正すために 区民どもに俺の正義を見せんだよ。あゆみ、縄をほどけ。日の絵の妹だ。篠崎の力を持つお前は素質のある選ばれし者のはずだ。俺と共に世界を救えないか。
お姉ちゃんはそんなこと望んでない。
Yeah. That handkerchief didn't hold him.
残念だよ、あゆみ。
Misto stared down at me with an ice-cold look in his eyes, tossing away the handkerchief that was supposed to have been tied securely around his wrists.
両手いつでも溶けたの？
お前も愚民だ。涅槃に食われて死ぬのは相当苦しいらしいぜ。さっきナイフで殺してやろうとしたのは俺なりの愛情だ。
待ちなさいよ。
一つ教えておいてやるよ、あゆみ。お前はすでに粛清者としての活動を行っている。お前が何度もこの涅槃天神症で倒している黒い連、現実世界でまだ生きている人間の生き量なんだ。
Yeah?
現世と涅槃が融合を始めたせいで、その隙間からこっちに迷い込んできた半分の魂さ。
Oh. Hmm.
つまりお前は人殺し。お前が霊を叩き殺すたび、現実世界ではそいつの体がへし折れて変死してるのさ。
Well, that's unexpected. Huh. Half of the soul comes in from the outside world, turns into one of those shadows, attacks people. Exercise it, you kill the person in the real world. I was still laid out flat on the ground, reeling from the punch and from the shock of this new revelation alike. I clenched my teeth and tried to pull myself up, desperately wanting to recapture this fugitive. But I was too unstable to keep my balance, plummeting back to the floor right away.
無様だな。だいたい覚悟がなさすぎんだよ、お前は。俺は行くぜ。世界が滅びるその瞬間まで。お前はそうして這いつくばっているがいいさ。
待ってミスター。
人の名を安く呼べんじゃねえ、クミが。じゃあな、お前はバカだが、まっすぐなところだけは日の目にそっくりだ。本物だ。本物をゲットしたぞ。涅槃のコアをここに戻せば この本は完成だ。俺神になれんぜ。
Yeah. Bye bye, Misto.
なんだ、どうして生きてやがる。
It was Satsuki. She was standing directly in Misto's path. Her entire face was stained in red, with only her white eyes breaking through. She wavered in place as she stared directly, wordlessly into Misto's soul. A moment later, Misto noticed something else behind her. One of the red helms that had been wandering around the school.
てめえ、ユカの見張りはどうした。なんでここにいる。この役立たずの鉄くすげ。
Suddenly, Satsuki's head split down the middle into 8 equally sized portions, like a flower budding. Oh! Those petals then closed around Misto's head, tearing it clean from his body. Blood spurted from his neck and his appendages twitched. Agari.
うるさい男も死ねば従順になるわね。こんな本さえなければ。無様ねミスト。本当は約束通り私が殺したかったわ。ここに赤い模様たくさんあったでしょ。ここうちの調査機関がすでに入ってるのよね。あんたが連れてきたこいつもね、実はうちの子だったのよ。
Oh. That's a twist I didn't see coming.
ヤゴーラが滅んだって聞いたら、うちの子がますます図に乗っちゃうんじゃないかな。うざいな。
Maruhi suddenly grabbed Satsuki's hair and pulled her in.
持田ゆかから離れるなって言ったろ。化け物。はい、マガリ様。
So she actually still alive? What the heck? Now what's she gonna do with the book?
お兄ちゃん、さつきちゃん。
Oh no, not this priest thing again. Yuka was in a seemingly empty room, though she could hear prayers echoing around her. Echoing around her. They sounded like the prayers one might expect from a demonic exorcism.
怖いよ。どこ？お兄ちゃん、ゆか、信じないよ。お兄ちゃんは嘘つかないもん。死んじゃってないもん。
Ties severed between all endings in chapter 8. Encyclopedia Obscura entries for Misto Kyria, Book of Shadows, Demon, Dora Society, and Red Helm. EX Chapter 6 has been unlocked. Preparation unlock EX Chapter 6. Resolution cleared any chapter without injury. Huh. Okay. Oh wait, were there any name tags? Yeah, it was a quick chapter. Oh, that's right, it's still some name tags and sick. Oh yeah, there's all the dead bodies. So I got them all. Good. Yeah, like, yeah. Encyclopedia Obscura. Misto. Yeah, pretty much everything we just learned. I do feel bad for Misto, but at the same time, when he, started killing people and everything, it's too late. He got the ending he deserved. And Sachiko was a real one. Demon. An entity from the ever after, be it god or mortal, demons were summoned into the nirvana through the black magic experimentation of the Martubas within Heavenly Host. Huh. The Book of Shadows, the culmination of all the wisdom and knowledge of witches, contains a laundry list of spells, including numerous examples of forbidden dark magic. The Witch Queen's powers are sealed within as well, and the book itself seems to have a mind of its own. Satsuki, perpetually hungry because she's like half monster. Wiring. Like if she's always hungry because she's part monster, then the constant potato chip eating makes so much more sense. Red Helm. There we go. Artificial human, animated through spiritual manipulation by members of Martuba's tomb. Sometimes called dolls, Misto was able to co-opt one to watch over Yuka. How? Did he take it over? Did he think he took it over? But anyway, apparently these guys were made by Martuba's tomb. Interesting. So now, yeah, the question is, what is Magari gonna do? The book, now that she has it. I would think she'd try to stop the real world from getting mixed up with the Nirvana, but I don't know. Sort of sus. Anyway, that's a good stopping point for tonight. So we'll continue this on Thursday, possibly finish it on Thursday, depending how long the rest of the chapters are. I don't know. Yeah, and then Friday, World of Horror. So, let's see. In the meantime, if anybody's interested in my social media, there are links to Discord, Twitter, and YouTube in the chat. You can find those links whenever on my Twitch page, in the About section, or under that, under the socials banner. I think I've pretty much said everything. So this has been an interesting interesting stream, yes. Book cannibalism. Anyway, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. See you around. Bye bye.